Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Jinzun Harbour for the sixth day of competition. We have got another glorious morning on offer. A little bit glary out there, but the conditions are looking amazing. And it's been just a wonderful experience being here in Taiwan. We do have the ladies' quarterfinals in the water. First up, it's going to be Elise Cooper from New South Wales taking on Margaret River's Willow Hardy. Elise will be in red, Willow will be in the blue. And quarterfinals, lady on lady heats. And super stoked to see fellow West Australian Willow Hardy making the quarterfinals here at a QS 5000. A big result for her. And if she can go deeper into the draw, I'm sure she is going to put herself in a great position to leave Taiwan even more happy than she already is. I'll say good morning to Tippy Jarbrick. How are you, Tippy?
Good morning, Justin. Another, glorious morning here in Taiwan. I'm super happy to, waking up and to see, sunshine. Because right now at home is a little bit rainy.
Yeah, okay. Well, the sunrises are beautiful here. It's a beautiful country. Just the drive out from Taitung City out here to Jinzun Harbour is... it's just breathtaking. The scenery is amazing. There's all these cool little bays and little sort of points that I'm sure on a typhoon swell would really light up. So it is a great place. We love it.
Yeah.
Brought our little mascot onto the bench, and love for Taiwan grows each and every day.
Yeah.
Big shout out to the surf fans across the world who are here tuning in to all-important quarterfinal action here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Big shout out to all my crew back home in West Oz. If you're tuning in, I hear the weather's a bit horrible back in WA, so I'll soak up some sunshine and some warmth and try and bring it home for you guys because, the seasons are certainly changing. Here you can see the early morning glare just keeping everyone nice and warm in the competitors area. There's Taj Stokes and Micah Margison, two guys who have impressed me with their efforts thus far, and a lot of Aussies hanging around and supporting this all-Australian first quarterfinal.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that hang around for this comp, even though they already got knocked out. But there's a lot of place to surf. There's a lot of place to eat. So I don't think they have a reason to go home because it's sunny, it's sunshine, feels like home actually.
Yep, this country has definitely embedded itself deep in my heart. I've been so impressed just by everything I've seen. We rode around on bikes last night. We got an amazing meal. There was little night markets happening, and it's a really vibrant little city and full of really good people.
Yeah, I have to say also Taitung is it's quite a nice size city. So we can walk around, we can ride the bicycle, and every time we go around, there's always a surprise. Either the new restaurant that we discover or the temple that we visit, and the drive here from the city, I can never get it's always impressive morning, to drive in the morning.
Yep, the mornings are great. The evenings are cool. I just love all the bright neon signs. We've got I think local elections going on at the moment, and something I've found really cool is everyone that's running is out there
on the street.
Yeah, beating the pavement. They've got these big vans and big loudspeakers, and they're waving and saying hello and really getting to the people, which I think is a cool part of the culture here in Taiwan.
Yeah, the thing about the election here is not about it's not about which party you're coming from. It's the numbers that they're promoting.
Yeah.
So I think on the ballot, they expect you to to put the numbers of the person that you would like to run as your mayor, for example. But I don't see this happens in the other side of even in my world. You don't see the future government or the mayor running on the street saying, "Hey, this is my program."
Yeah, it was another unique part of this amazing country that I've really liked. And of course, we'll thank the Taitung County Government, the World Surf League, PX Mart, Haesong Water, Corona and Red Bull are our official beverage partners. Quicksilver and Roxy, they're going to be putting up some awards for the expression session, which is going on this afternoon. Have you signed up, Tippy?
I might do a late entry.
Okay. And of course, Chi Lu, who have made these really cool slippers out of recycled bottles. All the competitors have them on their feet.
Yeah.
And they look pretty cool. I do like them. A little bit too small for my big hoofs, but there we go. The boys having a little wrestle. That's Cooper Davies and Hanada Izawa. A couple of the Aussies who look like they're just starting to warm up. A little bit of sparring. Cooper's he's been in a good mood.
Yeah, yesterday he was surfing really good, but unfortunately he didn't get the wave that he needs. So 4 minutes passed by, Justin. Looks like Alice Cooper and Willow Hardy haven't catch any wave yet.
No, nothing just yet. It's been just a really busy free surf, and sometimes the ocean has a little bit of a sleep. It happens like that sometimes when as soon as you put the green flag up and the hooter goes off, the ocean just needs to take a little bit of a breath. So right now the ladies are looking more at a 25-minute heat than a 30-minute heat, but still plenty of time and opportunity out there with just two ladies in the water.
Yeah, I think these two girls are, expecting to go on the same direction. They're both goofy footers.
Yep.
And they know they will, hunting that left-handers that have been offering a lot of high-scoring wave these past couple of days. Not many rides actually, because I think the tides is affecting the left or the right. Yesterday I have a free surfing with you also, Justin. You went in, I went out. Actually, the left is a bit more favorable, yeah?
Yeah, 100%. But yeah, these low tide, early morning conditions are really good. And right now the ladies just looking for an opportunity to kick this one off. Day number 6 here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing.
Yeah, so this is a quarterfinal number 1. We have Alice Cooper and Willow Hardy. Second quarterfinal we'll have Minami Nonaka and Ellie Harrison. Ellie Harrison been standout, I think, so far in this event. Quarter 3 we have Mia Huppets and Nanaho Suzuki. Charlie Hurst and Filippo Anderson will be our 4th quarterfinalists.
Wow, so six Australians in the quarters, 2 Japanese surfers.
Strong.
It has been a really good performance from both the Aussies and the Japanese surfers. And with just under 25 minutes on the clock, yet to see a wave ridden, but I'm sure they'll be coming for the ladies. They only need 2 good scores, so 4 waves in 25 minutes is certainly achievable. Let's have a little look here. This is a bit of a bump maybe. Blue has a look but doesn't like what she sees, but red is up and riding. So this is Elise Cooper from Manly, and she's done a lot of Asian events over the years. She's opting for her backhand to get started, throwing buckets. This one is hugging the cobblestones pretty nicely, unable to finish that last manoeuvre, but our first scoring wave will lock in very shortly for our surfer in red, Elise Cooper.
So you're waiting for the score from Elise, and here's a replay from her last, actually her first opening ride. Nice top turn there, a little bit of a water hung on her knee there, but I like the third one, but this one just unlucky for her, a bit of a no power on that wave to finish that last maneuver right there.
Yeah, she would have really liked to put the exclamation mark on the end of that wave, and we'll confirm that a 5.0, so right in the middle of the scale, has been set. So
good opening ride actually.
Yeah, not too bad.
Yeah.
Well, we have the pleasure to be here on the seat with WSL Tour Manager and Contest Director Tai Sarati. Good morning, Tai.
Good morning, Justin. Good morning, Tippy.
Morning, Tai.
Mate, do you want to let us know what today's schedule's looking like and your breakdown of conditions on offer out there this morning?
Yeah, we've kind of been blessed again with some fun-looking waves. The wind's super light. I think we'll just do the women's quarterfinals and then the men's quarterfinals and finish up before the tide gets a bit full later this afternoon, and then look to finish off the event tomorrow morning.
Wow, super exciting. We're down to the pointy end of business. You've done a great job getting us to this point, mate. How good is this little wave as far as running a competition? It's super close to the beach here at Jinzun Harbour. The setup's amazing, but the waves have really provided a great spectacle.
Yeah, we've been so lucky here at this event. It's such a consistent wave. Like every morning we've come here and it just looks like it's pumping, and kind of jealous that we're not out there surfing ourselves. But it's such a consistent wave. Every year we've come here, we've always had plenty of swell, and this year's probably been the least amount of wind we've had for the event. Usually it can get a bit blowy, but we've been super lucky this year and can't wait to see what today brings.
Yeah, well, I was getting a bit of advice from people who have been here before I came, and they said, bring a rain jacket. It gets pretty windy, it can rain, but it's been like summer. It's been glorious conditions, sunny skies, probably not more than 10 knots of wind for the last few days. How are the surfers feeling, and what's the feedback been from the WSL's point of view on this location and this event?
Yeah, the surfers are just so stoked to be here. Everyone I chat to is like blown away by how good this place is and how fun the waves are. A lot of the surfers, it's their first time, and they just blown away by how good this place is.
Well, up and riding on her second wave is Elise Cooper, and finds a left-hander, and right behind her is Willow Hardy, the young West Australian who is been really impressed by her performance thus far. She's got a great forehand wrap. She kicks out and will look to regain first priority. So Willow is now on the board. Elise will strengthen her position in first place with her second scoring ride, just under 21 minutes on the clock. Tippy, talk us through the replay.
Yeah, I have to say, the first maneuver right there from Willow is super strong. Nice, clean, sharp, no water like out of place. So I have to say Willow is gonna have a great opening ride there. Also in the first exchange we see also a complete ride there from Elise. So I think we're gonna have a heat already. It's on.
Yep, the ladies took a little bit of a while to get started, but still 20 minutes on the clock, heaps of opportunity going on. And Ty, tell us a little bit about this afternoon. An expression session has been called. What's going to go on there?
Yeah, we've called an official expression session for staff and athletes, so it'll be kind of cool for the two to combine and have a little battle out there at Jinzun Harbour.
Mate, you've been surfing pretty well in the downtime. Going to ride your 20 again out there, or who's going to judge this thing?
I pretty much exclusively ride twin fins these days. Just a bit easier and more forgiving. I'm not sure who's going to judge. Maybe we'll find someone. Yeah,
100%. I might have to go talk to him, give him a tap on the shoulder, and say, make sure you look out for the yellow rails of my board. It'll be flying above the air, maybe not, but we're awaiting some scores in. And Ty, what can we expect tomorrow? Similar conditions forecast, or if we do get through the quarters, just a handful of heats remaining, so we'll be finished before lunchtime. And is there a closing ceremony? Is there a bit of fanfare? What's going to go on to wrap up the event?
Yeah, we're predicting similar conditions tomorrow morning. I think we just want to kind of finish on the lower tide before the high tide eats the waves up. As for the ceremony, we'll have a prize-giving ceremony behind the contest area. Should be a good day tomorrow.
Looking forward to it, but we won't get too far ahead of ourselves because there's still a lot of really good action to get through. Some scores have dropped in. A 6.0 for Willow Hardy, a good way to open her quarterfinal, and Elise Cooper has backed her 5 up with a 4.67. So some good numbers now on the board. Willow Hardy with priority and a 6.0, a keeper score. She needs just a 3.67 to go up into the lead. And, yep, a good way. She'll be feeling pumped on that. Still plenty of time on the clock. And how different is it when we go from the four-person heats now to these lady-on-lady heats? It's just been rapid-fire action with four people in the water, but I feel like we'll have a little bit more downtime. The surfers will probably be a bit more selective in the waves they choose.
Yeah, it's pretty action-packed in those four-people heats, and then when you get to the man-on-man heats, the surfers get to be a bit more selective and, just pick the best waves. Yeah.
On screen there is Sasha Baker and Willow Hardy's dad, Gene. He's a great supporter, and he's just maybe indicating there's a bit of a set out the back. But Gene is a real frother, and it must be good from the WSL's perspective to see that surfers are travelling, with their families to these areas and experiencing the amazing waves of new locations.
Yeah, absolutely. Chatting to a few of the parents here, and they're so stoked to be able to come to places like this and bring their kids and bring their families and have a little family trip, make a family trip out of it.
Yeah, it's super cool. 16.5 minutes. Elise Cooper has just locked in her third wave. Talk us through it, Tippy.
Yeah, I think Alice is the one who's she need to work a bit harder because Willow Hardy is not too far behind her, even though she's sitting in the first position. 3 point something for Willow is a good wave for Willow, and then that's the number she can get. So it's a bit. Alice need to step it up the numbers a little bit.
Yeah, a 3.43 doesn't go into her top two. On screen here, waxing up, probably using the warm or tropical wax is. Ellie Harrison, the young Victorian, has been on absolute tear in 2022. She was over in WA recently. She won her maiden QS event in Yallingup in really pumping waves. A little bit different to what we've got on offer here, but just getting her backup board ready. So heat preparation is so crucial. Tippy, you've competed for many, many years. What advice would you give to any competitor looking to break into the QS ranks, as far as preparation and getting ready for a heat?
Yeah, I think preparation is half of your your game plan. You cannot come here with the wrong equipment, number one. So when you want to come to a new destination, you always have to kind of get information about the wave, about about a lot of the information from a person who came here before. This event been running for 12 years, so there should be some people that you can ask, So, and then after that, I think a diet is also important, because in Taiwan, I don't see anybody having too much of a problem, adjusting to their diet, because I don't know, pasta and noodles is pretty close, so don't get too fuzzy about finding international food here, because Taitung City they have everything. Yeah, they have Japanese, they have a Chinese food, they even have your favorite chain fast food restaurant. Don't worry, they're all there.
We've been avoiding the fast food. We've been well and truly immersing ourselves in the local cuisine. It has been amazing. Yeah, highly recommend the beef pancakes. That was my specialty. Tai, you put me onto those.
Yeah, that's a pretty amazing dish. That one of the things to look forward to coming back to Taiwan.
Yeah, and then on the ad, I'm pretty sure everybody watching it. In Taiwan, there's a festival that they call the festival is the Slow Food Festival.
No.
Like, how good is that? Like a slow food festival, and the food look really, really good.
Now, Tippy, talking about preparation and getting advice, I caught up with you in Bali a few weeks ago. You didn't tell me to bring an epoxy. You stitched me up, mate. What's going on?
I brought an epoxy.
Of course you did.
I think everybody have a quiver, to bring, and most of those, extra quiver is actually epoxy these days.
Yeah.
You got to be ready, in, like this glassy condition like this. Epoxy could be, your surfboard to go.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of competitors, male and female, opt for the epoxy, just super light and responsive in these, nice and glassy conditions. Ty, what is next for you, mate? We're sort of getting to the back end of the 2022 competition season, but there's a lot on the line. I guess the Challenger Series to play out in Hawaii. We'll see who qualifies for the championship tour, but I guess more in this APAC region. What can we expect to see?
Yeah, we've got one more event this year at the Rip Curl Pro at Urban Surf, which should be pretty exciting. And then we're getting pretty close to announcing next year's schedule, which should be out in the next week or so.
Cool.
It looks like another action-packed year for events. Couple of new ones in the Philippines. Australia leg's always pretty strong between that February and March time.
Yep.
And then, of course, we've got the Indonesian events at Nias and Krui mid-year next year. It should be another exciting year.
Mate, it's a really busy region, between what goes on in Australia, throughout Southeast Asia. Is there a favourite location for you that you get to travel to or that you see events hosted in? Obviously, a jam-packed start of the year in Australia, but, the events that Tippy puts on throughout Southeast Asia are super cool and unique. It's just such a good opportunity for the surfers to get actually some amazing waves at some iconic locations.
Yeah, you're right. It's hard to pick a favourite. There's so many good events. Like Nias and Krui, the wave quality is like A+, so that's definitely up there. The events in the Philippines are super fun, and then coming to places like Taiwan is awesome as well. It's super hard to pick a favourite.
Yeah, I'm sure that's why the surfers go to so many events, because they're all great locations. There's quality surf on offer, and right now we're just waiting for a few more sets to pop up. As we said, the ladies being super selective. Willow Hardy's in a good position with a 6.0. She wants to wait for another wave to give her a good score.
Yeah. It's pretty interesting, when Thai having a hard pick with, those locations. Because, Krui is a left, Nias is a right, but Taiwan is a, both, it's like almost like a trestle. It's almost like a studio here.
Yeah.
So I don't think anybody can, say like Taiwan is not their favor. It's pretty fun here. You can go left, you can go right.
It's definitely opened my eyes up. When you invited me up here, Ty, I had no expectations on the surf. I did a bit of Googling and saw, some former events that were run here and thought, we're in for some wind and some swell, but it's been sort of the opposite. It's been really fun and rippable waves, nice light winds, glassy early morning conditions, and I've been well and truly impressed by what I've seen. I think you do a great job, mate, providing surfers from this region opportunity. Tell us a little bit about, co-sanctioning events or allowing surfers from different regions to get qualification points travelling around Asia.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing to, open the competition to two regions. It gives competitors from both regions a good chance to compete against each other rather than just competing against people from your own region.
Yep.
It allows the athletes to travel to some new and unique places. We're looking at co-sanctioning Avoca and Newcastle next year in Australia with Asia, so gives the Asian competitors a chance to come to Australia and compete there as well.
Yeah, good call. Here we see Elise Cooper, the surfer from Manly. She's been travelling through these Asian events for quite some time. Stomps a solid finish there, but again, I think the wave just lacked that vertical section to allow her to really unleash.
Yeah. I'm pretty curious where is Alice is sitting, because it could be right in front of the judge tower, because Alice been the busiest on this heat, but there's a lot of white water in that wave, so it could be like right in front of the judge tower, because as you can see there, that's Tim Hain swimming like closer to Willow Hardy, probably like way to the south side of the the banks. So it looks like they're splitting the surfing area.
A couple of different sort of takeoff areas, and I don't know, with these lady-on-lady heats going on now, I dare say that, you know, they'd want a bit of separation, you know.
Yeah.
It's, you know, priority certainly comes into play more in these quarterfinal heats. And looks like Willow Hardy had a wave as well, opting for her backhand. But you can see just a one manoeuvre wave there, so a 2.33 for Willow. Does improve her situation. She's still chasing a 3.67 to move up the leaderboard. Last wave for Red is yet to lock in, but this is my favourite shot. You know, the bird's eye view of the competition area. You can see the little triangles of whitewater indicating where the peaks are sort of breaking. So there's that more southern one. There's one sort of probably more in front of where we're positioned, but great little swell lines pushing in here, and just a beautiful morning to see our quarterfinals go down.
You don't really expect the backdrop when you come here. Like the mountains in the background are just stunning. It's such a beautiful place.
Oh, amazing. You know, there's been so many comparisons drawn, but, you know, it's sort of hard to really give, you know, the viewers the perspective from the surfers when you're sitting out in the water and looking back, the green, lush mountains that sit there. You know, we've had some afternoons where the clouds rolled in. It's its own little sort of weather system around here, but it is, it's almost like something out of Jurassic Park. It's so cool to see, and a really, really unique part of the world. It's lush, it's green. There's a lot of fruit and palm trees and just good vibes here in Taitung. I've been stoked to be here, and right now with 6 minutes on the clock, last score is a 4.50 for Elise Cooper, still not improving her situation in first. 6 minutes on the clock. It's a bit of an arm wrestle right now. No one's really broken out of the gates and you know, established themselves as the clear heat leader right now. Elise has got the best of the two-wave exchange, and this was the opening. This is the heat recap going on. The opening wave ridden of the morning went to our surfer in red. This locked in at a flat 5.0. And this is the 6.0 from Willow Hardy. You can see a bigger wave. Beautiful forehand arcs to lock in the best number being a 6.0. And this is Elise's 4.67. So again, she's stuck in those sort of mid-range numbers right now, but she'll just look for another good opportunity to really unleash her powerful rail game. And with right on 5 minutes remaining, Elise Cooper leads with a 5 and a 4.67. Willow Hardy's got the best number being a 6.0. She's chasing a 3.67 to move up into first. She does have first priority, which is important. And right now, a pretty tight little tussle in the opening heat of the day here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing.
Yeah, but I think Willow need to get that number as soon as possible, because, you know, with 4 minutes and 30 seconds to go, if she can let the time, you know, like biting, and then that's gonna become a pressure, you know, even though it's only the 3.67, you know, it's still you know, a good number to catch, you know, because looks like Alice Cooper is tailing her right now, giving a little bit pressure by, you know, sitting close to her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Elise is a very experienced competitor. She's been competing in these QS events for quite some time. Willow is still very young, but she has burst onto the scene in a really impressive fashion. Hard to believe just in a few weeks' time she's going to be still competing in the Australian Junior Surfing title. So she's still young, but gaining a wealth of experience here competing in WSL events, which is just great to see for her own development, but also for the development of female surfing right across the world. It's really, really impressive.
Yeah.
Ty, tell us a little bit about you know, the support of the Taitung County Government. Obviously this event has been a bit of a staple through Asia for over a decade. How important is the support of the local community to run events like this?
Yeah, they've been huge supporters of surfing and professional surfing. This event's been going for a long time now, and every year the Taitung government is, throwing their full support behind the event, and we're really looking forward to continuing this event into the future.
Yeah, well, I don't think you can get a better promotion of the area and of the country of Taiwan than an event like this. I have not heard one surfer complain or say a bad word about the place, the people, the food. So, if they go home and tell their friends, and, more and more people come and get to experience this amazing culture, I think it all pays back for the support of the local government.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you said, I haven't heard one person complain yet. Everyone's been having a great time. The food, the waves, the culture, it ticks a lot of boxes.
Yeah, we were lucky enough last night to ride around on the bicycles. We got to go and check out some of the beautiful hand-sculpted temples that are around this city. It was a little bit late, so we couldn't really get up and look deep inside them, but hopefully with an early finish today we'll be able to do that. Live action, here we go, Willow Hardy chasing a score. Talk us through it, Tippy.
Yeah, with almost a long time to wait for this one. She's only looking for 367 actually, but this wave is quite frothy, and if she didn't catch that number, she need to go outside with 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. With Alice Cooper, she will wait for the score. If she got it, then she need to get another wave. So it's we have a battle on this 1 minute to go.
Yeah, it's tight. Willow had to pull the trigger on this one. The wave sort of went a little bit sleepy through the inside. We've seen a lot of the sort of longer running lefts on offer over the last few days, but yeah, I'll leave that one with the judges, confirm what the number has locked in at. We've got just over a minute and a really important score. You can see her looking back, just probably seeing what Dad thought of it. I know Gene has been here for probably a few days before the event started. He didn't bring a board, didn't bring any board shorts. Sort of cooked it there, but
I wonder how Gene's feeling right at this moment.
Oh, I reckon the nerves are sort of rising up a little bit, but he is a cool and level head.
Yeah, this is the moment where both surfers kind of like wait helplessly. There's nothing that they can do.
Yeah, it's out of their hands. It sits with the judges. This is live action now. Elise Cooper looking to improve on a 4.67.
Yeah.
Just a 2-turn wave there for her. So we're waiting on scores from 2 surfers now, and we've only got 10 seconds remaining. So, wow, it is going to be super close. The judges will be breaking this one down. It looks like Willow is going to have another look there.
Wow.
Super tight. So quarterfinal number 1 is up in the air right now. Well, thank you, Ty, for sitting in with us and calling the first heat of the day. Best of luck for today's action and for the remainder of the event, mate.
Thanks, Justin. Thanks, Tippy.
Thanks, Ty.
Yeah, we're going to stick with this one. We're going to await the scores to drop and see what happened. This is Willow Hardy just on a little trip into the cobblestones.
Yeah, it's a 30-minute heat, but a lot of the action, been done on the couple last minute of the heat, and both surfers actually they have no idea who's advancing right now.
No, it's not clear cut. It is in the hands of our international panel of officials upstairs who will analyse and compare and contrast all of the waves ridden in this heat.
Yeah,
And
they were doing a lot of replays there.
Yeah, 100%. So, the requirement for Willow was, just under Elise's backup score. It obviously was above her 2.23, so a really, really important number to drop in for Blue. Personally, I don't think that Elise's last wave is going to change her scoreline at all. Let's have a little look. Still waiting on numbers. Willow Hardy's just making her way through the slippery cobblestones, as is Elise.
As we see here, Elise's last wave is, it's a bit of a, two-side of a, she's getting the better second wave, and some judges saying like it's not better from her second wave. So still waiting for more scores, actually.
Yeah, well, 5 judges, They drop the high score, they drop the low score, and they average the middle three. So right now, a couple of 4.2s in, a 4.7. Still awaiting numbers for red, but I think the real crucial number is what blue's going to lock in.
Yeah. Blue have a really good first maneuver on that opening ride, but the problem is
not much after that.
Not much after that also, yeah, Justin. And you know, maybe it's a bit of a lack of the size also a little bit. But you know, it's a similar way from Alice's second highest score actually.
Yeah, well, there we see one of our water safety officers just blocking the shot there.
Ooh.
First indication is going to be right on it.
It's going to be close.
Wow. She needs a 3.67. She gets a 3.70.
Oh, wow.
So 0. That is as close as it gets. Willow Hardy, she's probably just heard it. Let's look at her face. I think she's just heard it, and that is as close as it gets. Look at the point differential there, 0.03. An absolute, wow, as close as it gets. And Willow Hardy, the young West Australian, is going to be a semi-finalist here at Taiwan. She is a really humble young lady. We're going to go for a break. That was an exciting way to kick off day number 6 here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. We'll be right back. Stick with it.
You want to embrace the true nature. You want to explore the beautiful world beneath the sea. You laugh and sing songs. It is a surfer's paradise here. Whenever you're ready to undertake a different kind of travel experience, Taitung is your next destination.
Morning, welcome back to Jinzun Harbour. This is the Taiwan Open of Surfing. We are down to the second quarterfinal. Minamai Nanaka from Japan and Ellie Harrison from Australia. We just saw an all Aussie first quarterfinal, and Tippy Jabrick, that one was close.
Yeah, that was intense, you know, especially for Willow's dad, you know, to have that, you know, morning heart attack is a little bit too early for him, yeah.
So a 3.7 the result for Willow Hardy on her last wave. She needed a 3.67, so it doesn't really get much closer than that.
Yeah.
But a fair call.
Yeah, I think, you know, Willow get the highest score of that heat, so it's all about getting the second score. And 3.67 is actually not a hard number to get for her, but you know, to get it on the last couple minutes is it's a bit like opening the doors for Alice, actually.
Yeah, you're not giving yourself much breathing room. Now you can see in this shot, Tippy, it's super low tide right now. The rocks, normally you're sort of jumping off from right in front of the tower. Today you have to walk out through knee-deep water for a good 50 or so meters. You're just stumbling over cobblestones. And all right, this is Minamai Nanaka, the Japanese surfer. This was a 6.5, so getting her account well and truly underway in strong fashion.
another wave from her.
That was Minamai again, so it's a bit tricky looking straight into the glare, but with this low tide, it's there was never any doubt that we were going to run this morning. Pretty pleasant in the water. A few less surfers now because we've eliminated most of the field, and we are very much getting down to the business end.
Yeah, we only have 8 girls left on this event, with 1 girl, with Alice is already, bowed down on that last quarterfinal. So we only have 6 more surfers actually, yeah?
Yeah, well, okay, our first semi-finalist is Willow Hardy, and she is having a chat to Justin Majex right now.
Yeah, thanks, Chris Binns. I'm here with Willow Hardy. Wow, how are your nerves feeling right now? That was as close as it gets. 0.03 between you and Elise in the end. Talk us through that heat.
Yeah, well, obviously Elise is like an amazing surfer. I knew it was going to be a tough one. I opened with a pretty strong wave, so I was like, oh, I'm just going to like sit and wait for another good one. And I was like, if it comes to 5 minutes, there's a lot of waves, so I'm sure I can just grovel a 4. Except then at the end, like down in 2 minutes, there was just no waves. I was starting to freak out a bit.
There was so many waves being ridden in the free surf, and then the hooter sounded. Elise started strong. You got your 6, and then there was almost nothing out there. What goes through your head when there's limited opportunity in an important heat like that?
Yeah, I think I was just trying to stay calm. Like, I knew that I had the surfing to get the score, but I just had to like try find the wave. The glare makes it pretty hard as well, so I was just trying to make sure I was in the right position, but I was pretty lucky in that one.
Yeah, so close. I haven't seen a heat go on that close in quite some time. You said you had confidence in your surfing, but you leave it in the judges' hands, walking in over the cobblestones, you hear the score. What did you feel?
Oh, I think I just felt like relief. Like, I had no idea which way it was going to turn out. Like, I saw Elise get that sick one at the end, that little right. But I was like, I did all I could do on that wave. Like, it's just up to what it looked like from the beach now.
You're a semi-finalist at a QS 5000. How does that feel, and what emotions are you going to hold on to for tomorrow?
Yeah, honestly, I'm just like, this is the best result I've ever had in a QS ever, and I'm just so surprised because coming into this event and kind of seeing the venue of the small waves, I was a little bit worried because I get more nervous surfing small waves than big waves, because definitely not been my strength, but this is just such a big confidence boost and I really can't believe it.
You'll take on the winner of this heat. Your good friend Ellie Harrison's out there. No favouritism, but what would it be like to surf a semi-final against Ellie?
Oh yeah, it would be a gnarly one, I reckon. But it would be sick. Like, either one of these surfers are amazing, so just have to see how it goes.
Straight after this, we pretty much head away to North Stradbroke Island for the Australian Junior Surfing Titles. Have you learnt some really good lessons here, and will you be able to apply that to, I guess, the biggest event in junior surfing back in Australia?
Yeah, definitely. I think I've learnt so many lessons through my heats and watching other people's heats, and I feel like the waves are pretty similar to over there, I was thinking, so this is just great preparation.
Well, there we go. First semi-finalist in the women's QS 5000, Margaret Rivers Willow Hardy. She snuck through that one by a really, really narrow margin, but we'll see her in action tomorrow. Back to you guys.
Beautiful, Justin. Thank you very much. And while that interview was going down, first scores are in for Minamai, a 6.5, and her backup, a 3.47. We're waiting on the opening wave for Ellie Harrison to come in. And this is the replay of it, Tibby.
Yeah, a bit of a glare there. She's probably sitting right in front of the judging tower where the left is coming through to her. And I have to say, that's a 3 nice, strong maneuver there from Ellie. We will see if that's number gonna be close to that 6.5 of the opening ride from Minami Nonaka. Oh, a 6.17.
Not bad. All right, so that pretty much squares things up between her and Minamai. It will be a battle of the backups once Ellie locks in a second wave. And there are plenty of waves this morning. One of the better mornings we've seen, I think. There's tons of swell. This low tide is, well, there's not a huge variety. There's about half a metre between high and low. It definitely seems it when you're walking out across the rocks, but yeah, it's the conditions. They're just so clean. There's lots of waves. I think it has shifted more back to the northern peak for most of the scoring.
Yeah. Yeah, 21 minutes to go. Ellie Harrison, with 2 girls in the water right now, 2 ladies. she will, trying to, select the best wave that, on offer, because it's not worth it to, to catch as much wave as you can, because you have priority and there's only 2 ladies in the water. And here we go. This is Minami Nonaka going right on this one. Really nice style there from Minami, super low, just like any other Japanese, trying to get as low as you can on the bottom turn and try to whip it on the top. And that's a good wave from Minami. I have to say, that's going to be better, her 3.47.
Yeah, you imagine that'll come in somewhere between her 2 scores, so that will extend her lead. Ellie Harrison now has priority. No shortage of opportunity. Plenty of waves, half an hour, 1 other person in the water. That's a large part of why you surf these events, is to get to have these lineups to yourself.
Yeah, as you can see that the first opening maneuver there from Minami, she kind of like kicked that tail, She always trying to push the tail a bit more harder than just putting a nice reel. But I have to say, she put little effort on those little touch on the top of the lip there. So judges is still waiting for the score, and we can see here this is our next quarterfinalist, Mia Huppet.
Yep, she's coming up against Nanaho Suzuki. We'll be seeing them in 20 minutes' time. Here goes Ellie Harrison in the blue jersey, needing a decent number to get herself back in the picture. 2 strong turns, and the Aussies on the deck next door to us are loving it. She's not done yet either. Little check turn, trying to get down to the end section for one last connection. Unfortunately, can't ride out of that. But not to worry, all of the points for that one are going to come from those first 2 big turns. I'm looking forward to seeing the replay of this one.
Wow, you can see there, Minami Nonaka, 6.37, Binzi. That's extra push on that lip was rewarded. And this is Alice Harrison's second wave. A little bit downtime here, not much on offer, just a small check turn, trying to do some good finishing on this one, but unable to stick on that maneuver.
Yeah, she could have kicked out after those first 2 turns, really, because that's where all of the points are going to come from. But hindsight is always 20/20, and it's still going to be a decent number for those first 2 turns, because they're big, strong, powerful, through big sheets of spray, and she'll be pretty happy with that. We're going to have a bunch of decent scores in. All right, Ellie Harrison a 5.5, so you can see already, with 18.5 minutes to go, both of these ladies have surpassed the performance of the 2 surfers in the first heat. It is Minami in the lead with a 12.87 2-wave total. Ellie Harrison is now looking for a 6.7 after her last wave came in at a 5.5. And here she goes, quickly spinning on her way back out. It's not a bad tactic. You get a lot of your best waves here when you're paddling back out, because they just pop up. It's such a big playing field that there can be waves all over the place. Unfortunately, Ellie goes down, and well, again, 2 strong turns to start things off, not much beyond that, but with it not being the biggest wave, I don't think that will displace her 5.5 with 18 minutes to go.
Yeah, I have to say this one is a bit, the face is a bit running away from her, None of those maneuvers are square, just, a bit of, kind of like repetitive 2 maneuvers, and the third one, there's no juice in that wave. So that's not the one Ellie Harrison is looking for, I'm pretty sure. So 6.70, that's the requirement from for Ellie Harrison. She's one of the, I have to say, one of the, superstar on this event, no, Binzi? She's quite a big name back in Oz, young surfer.
She's definitely making a name for herself. Had those 2 back-to-back wins in Western Australia recently. And yeah, one to watch in future, that's for sure. There's a real Victorian push going on at the moment. Mia Huppet's in the next heat, is originally from Torquay. Ellie Harrison on the men's side of things.
This is going to be our Japanese surfer. Next coming up is Nanaho Suzuki. Big hello from the Japanese pack there. Nanaho and Minami Nonaka has been flying, the Japanese flag till this quarterfinal, so they should be proud of themselves. And yeah, 2 Japanese in the quarterfinal and 6 Aussies. Strong performance there also from the Aussies.
And one through to the semi-finals already. What's going on the men's side of the draw? Again, down to the quarterfinals. And there are 4 Japanese surfers, 3 Aussies.
And 1 Indonesian.
1 Indonesian, Oni Anwar.
Yeah, Oni Anwar is trying to push himself into first right now, Binzi, in the Asian rank. If he can better his quarterfinal finish, if he moved into the semifinal, he guarantee will move into the first place. If Yuji Nishi didn't win the event. Because guess what? Oni and Yuji will serve in the same heat.
All right, we're pretty much at the halfway mark. Last wave for Ellie Harrison was a 4.17, so does not factor into her top 2. Have a look at that shot. Glorious day here at Jinzun. We are operating out of the fishing harbour. You can see the bridge in the background that crosses the river. There is a little river mouth that comes out. There's a left called Leftovers that you can just see in the foreground. On the other side of that, there's a little beachy. A bunch of the Aussies a couple of nights ago had a bit of a beach afternoon. They had a bunch of tag team surfing events, a few beverages, and just a good afternoon with some lads having a time on the road a long way from home, letting off steam. And yeah, there's been a great atmosphere amongst all of the competitors this week. It's such a fantastic setup here at the harbour that the competitors all come down and support each other, and you spend hours sitting in front of the wave watching it. So yeah, it feels like an event where we're all in this one together. It's great.
So 14 minutes to go. Looks like there's a set just rolling past these 2 girls here.
Yeah, I think it might have caught them out of position a little bit.
Yeah.
Having to duck dive that one.
You know, sometimes the set is not the one to pick here, Binzi, because a lot of time the score that come up is the one that hugging the cobblestone, the one that offering a bit more faces to, you know, to do a lot of turns. The set sometimes just a big takeoff and they taper down, not much to do. Just a little under 14 minutes to go. Minami Nonaka holding priority, sitting in the first place. There's a group of Japanese crew. They come together, especially the girls under now Omura's guidance. She also did the event here a couple days ago, and she got knocked out in the second round. Ellie Harrison, just have a look on that one, just kick out. Nothing really serious to offer on that one.
All right, beautiful scenes. 13 minutes to go. Will that be lucky for Minamai Nanaka or Ellie Harrison? Minamai has priority. We can see Ellie sitting just inside her. And believe it or not, Tippy, this is pretty small for around here. It's so consistent here in Taiwan. This is my 3rd visit. You've been far more than that, and yeah, this is an average day. It's normally a lot bigger, a lot windier.
Yeah, this is probably the smallest consistent days for for surf events that I've been here before. You know, one time we were here and it was like 6 to 8 foot, like howling windy, but this wave can offer a lot of variety. Small, big, onshore, offshore, and that's the view of that's Hiroto Arai. He's coming up soon. We also can see the judging tower there, the priority on the right side. There's also the media offices up there. They have to put some kind of protection up there, Binzi, for the glare. We can see a lot of towels hanging out there.
Yeah, I just stuck my head in the judging tower, and they've all got their own techniques. All right, this is Minamai Nanaka on her backhand, hung up on the first turn. The only thing that's going to result from that is flipping priority to Ellie Harrison. Yeah, there's judges with towels overhead, sarongs, hats, sunglasses, little squinty peephole stuff.
I never experienced this kind of glare in my life, you know, because in Bali, we live in the west side, you know, Canggu, Kuta, Uluwatu. You know, it's always morning glory where the sun is shining straight into the wave, but this one is shining straight to your eyes. But, you know, I have to say, Jinsen Harbor have a really amazing backdrop if you're facing to the land.
Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? You just sit out there and you look at the mountains and imagine buying blocks of land and what you do with them.
Don't give ideas, Binzi. You know, you're gonna make a Byron Bay move here next time. Yeah, keep the country, as they said in Hawaii. And I'm pretty sure here, the Taiwanese, you know, they have a good way to reserve their land. You know, this is an indigenous area. There's a lot of cultural site here that they want to protect. You know, I've been here, you know, for the last 12 years, and I don't see much of a changes around Jinsen Harbor. I have to say the fishing community here is protecting the area pretty solid. You know, we can surf here, we can have a little structure on some small area, but the whole area, I have to say, been the same since the last 12 years.
Yeah, there's a few more hostels maybe, and
it's the same building.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just revamped with the new couches probably.
All right, here goes Minamai Nanaka under priority, and this might be a good wave. The first turn was good. Second one, she's having to force a little, so she gets out of there.
Straight away at the back, we have Ellie Harrison. A bit of a different approach there. Minami just attacking the lip with a bit of more vertical, but Ellie Harrison just working on it. So 670, that's the number that she needs. It will be close. Her second highest score is a 550. I have to say that's a little bit better than her 550, but let's see what the judge is gonna reward that one. Just a nice setup turn right there. This one is a bit more power on the source. This one is a bit more stronger, and this is a strong finishing from Ellie Harrison. Minami Nonaka a little bit different, you know, a bit of more vertical there. I have to say the size was the reason why she can do that, but only 2 turns. Yeah, that first turn from Minami, it was I have to say it's a really strong maneuver. Super low, you know, almost head high, you know, for her.
Right, score coming in for Minami. I don't think it's going to go into her top 2. A 477 the result. Still waiting on a number to come for Ellie Harrison. Again, I don't know if that will go into her top 2 either. 8 minutes remaining. So we had a very strong opening start to this heat. And not much movement on the scoreboard.
Hey, Binzi, you can see how far they are surfing to each other. One is way on the right, like this one, Ellie Harrison, surfing super south, actually.
Yep, she's on the South Peak. There are some lefts down there that run, and then obviously the right runs head on into the left from the Northern Peak, and I think we've even got, that might be Tim Hain, the photographer, swimming out there to take some shots.
Tim Hain is trying to get a double duty there for WSL and also for AAC. You know, we're helping this event by, you know, providing like a media, you know, support, trying to, you know, promote surfing in our Asian region. We cannot, you know, rely always on, you know, 1 or 2 organization. The best is always push all angle.
Yeah, it's the day for water shots, that's for sure. Not a drop out of place. And we're going to have a quick look now at Minamai Nanaka's opening 6.5. Tippy, this was the wave that set the tone for the heat.
Yeah, you know, the way she surf is like always, you know, strong, vertical, and she knows, you know, she need to finish it. And even the finishing turn right there, a lot of water.
This is a 617, the reply from Ellie Harrison.
Yeah, 3 turns are from Ellie, and this is a
5.5 from Ellie. And then
this is the
6.37.
Yeah. You can see here, Binzi, she pushed a bit harder on the face there from Minami. She's a really small girl. That's why she can go really low and just attacking that lip.
Okay, the second last wave for Ellie Harrison has now dropped in as her best, a 6.47. So it's really, really knotted up between these two surfers. Minami Nanaka has a 6.5 and a 6.37. Ellie Harrison has a 6.47 and a 6.17, needs a 6.41. I think both surfers would love to just sink their teeth into a really good looking wall, a left or a right, and drops, you know, a 7 or an 8 and really sort of build themselves a bit of a lead. 5 minutes 30 to run.
A lot of these girls putting their hands on top of their eyes there, Binzi. Here we go. This is the replay of her last wave.
No, that was the 1.7. The 6.47 came before that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty bright out there. You're looking straight into the sun.
Yeah, so this is the view that we can see if we're surfing right there. You see the glare. And I don't know, it's almost like you know, you have to put your instinct, you know. Sometimes when the glare is really bright, you don't know if the set's going to break right in front of you, or you have to paddle a little bit to the left or to the right. But when you're on the face and riding the wave, it's super clear. This is a replay of Minami Nonaka's wave. Nice strong turn there, but unable to stick on that one.
Yeah, there was a 3.17. So priority is now with Ellie Harrison. 4.5 minutes to go. She needs a 6.41. So a lot more to do than Willow Hardy, who needed the 3.67 in that last heat. A 6.41 the requirement for Ellie Harrison. She knows exactly what she's got to do because her high score is a 6.47. But she would love to tee off and get herself a 7 or above and really make things interesting for Minami Nanaka. See if we can't get that matchup that Willow Hardy just spoke about. Two great mates, Ellie Harrison and Willow Hardy. And, they would have come here joking about maybe they could get a surf together, a surfer heat together.
Yeah,
obviously you'd love for it to be the final, but a semi is not too far behind that.
But you cannot underestimate the the two Japanese surfers that still left in this quarterfinal. Minami Nonaka is I think she's first in the rank right now, and then she wanna put her rank a bit stronger, so the other girls cannot chase her score or points.
Yeah, well, Nanaho Suzuki is in the next heat, and she's ranked number 2 on the Asian standings.
Yeah. Here we see Ellie Harrison on the screen right now, trying to figure out where to sit because she have priority right now. 6.41 is the requirement. Looks like she's going on this one.
3 minutes, all right. So Ellie Harrison is on the move, very late to the party, and gets to her feet, but she's missed the first section. Now where's she gone? Absolutely lost in the glare. We're going to have to get another angle on that one.
It's super late on that one, I think, Binzi.
Yeah, she just wasn't quite out to it in time. And again, that could have been a misread from having to pick it looking straight into the sun.
Yeah.
So that flips priority over to Minami Nanaka. A minus score for Ellie doesn't change anything. The requirement is still a 6.41.
Yeah, Minami is she doesn't need much right now. She have 2 minutes to go. She have priority. It's up really to how she gonna have this last 2 minute strategy. She can chase Ellie, or she can just let the surf do the job. 2 minutes to go. Looks like there's something coming up. Ooh, looks like there's a big sets coming.
And we see Ellie heading south, really trying to get away from Minami. Not necessarily, thrashing, but definitely trying to get a little bit of separation. So she's moved over to the southern peak. We see Minami on the move now, trying to get over to her. So Ellie Harrison successfully negating priority there. As we see a good set pouring in. Both girls might be out of position here though. 1 minute 20 to go.
Yeah, this is crucial for Ellie to, get a wave. The only way for her to, advance into the semifinal is catching a wave. The more she waits, the more the opportunity just gonna slip by. But it's all up to the Mother Nature right now, Binzi.
1 minute.
Looks like this one is could be the one that she's gonna paddle for, because Minami Nonaka is coming closer to her. She stopped right there.
45 seconds. Not sure if this was the right tactic from Ellie, because the Southern Peak hasn't been as good as the Northern. 30 seconds to go. She's going to keep trying to get down towards this left. Minami now having a look at the right.
Oh, looks like with 15 minutes to go, it's going to get almost impossible for her to catch another wave.
10 seconds. Yeah, and a 6.41 is a decent score, and I don't think it's going to eventuate on this occasion. So Minami Nonaka through to the next round. Ellie Harrison, unfortunately, that's a bit of a frustrating loss. She had 2 sixes. She needed a bigger 6. So it's pretty tight. A 12.87 for Minami Nonaka, a 6.5 and a 6.37, enough to do the damage. And she will be joining Willow Hardy in our first semi-final. We're going to have a quick look at the recap right now. This is Minami opening up with a 6.5. This was the best wave of the heat and set the tone. She led from start to finish. This was Ellie Harrison's reply. And unfortunately for Ellie, she couldn't really get the backup she would like to have to seal the deal. And Minami is through. Don't go anywhere. More action from the Taiwan Open of Surfing coming our way right after this quick break. That is Minami Nonaka on screen, winner of our second semi-final here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. We're into quarterfinal number 3 right now. Mia Huppert's the Aussie from Victoria, but now living in Queensland, up against Nanaho Suzuki. 3 minutes washed off the clock. Nothing has happened in the water so far. That was a close one between Minami and Ellie. And it was the Japanese surfer who got the upper hand by, well, 0.2 of a point. So it's been very tight this morning. Not as tight as the first quarterfinal where Willow Hardy got through by 0.03, but yeah, neck and neck at this stage of the game. Giada Lagarde, welcome to the booth.
Hey Vinzi, thank you so much. Yeah, it's been non-stop action already in the first two heats.
Yeah, there's plenty of waves. It's nice and clean. Super low tide. I think it was about a 20 past 6 low this morning, so that's going to fill in. High is about 11:30. I imagine we'll be finished for the day by then.
Yeah, I saw you got a few waves this morning. Tell us a little bit what it's like out there.
It's fun. It's super clean. Really, really clean. The low tide's a bit different. Yeah, you have to walk out through sort of knee-deep water for sort of 50 to 70 meters before you can start paddling, which that's a bit different to how it's been as well. So everyone's got pretty changed up feet, but no, it's great. A little bit more push, great conditions, and you know, most of the competitors have been eliminated, so there's not as many people in the water, which is great.
Yeah, that crowd in the first few days was really heavy. It was hard to catch waves out there. Any slips on the rocks on the way in or out?
Not this morning because it was, you know, not as treacherous as it has been when the high tide is breaking right on the rocks and you're leaving from a lot closer to shore. But yeah, it's just a lot of shuffling to get out there because the rocks are still pretty slippery. It's funny, the crowd before contest starts every morning is just competitors and you know, people have got their game faces on, lots of waves being really aggressively ridden, and then the crowd in the afternoon. The Taiwanese surfing community is stronger and stronger because there's a million kids and teenagers and just frothing groms and longboarders and sups all over the place.
Do you still have your spot as priority?
I'm still a priority boy. All right, Tippy Jabrick is down there he's going to have a chat with the winner of the last heat, Minamai Nanaka. Take it away, Tip.
Yeah, thanks, Benzi. I'm here with Minamai, the last winner of the last heat. So I'm a bit of a, you know, I need to ask her in Japanese. So how do you feel out there on the first win of the quarterfinal? You can speak in Japanese.
すごい波が良かったんですけど、すごいスローですごい緊張しちゃったんですけど、最後は2本決めれて、セミファイナルに行けたので良かったです。
Where are you from in Japan?
千葉。
So you surf similar like this? Same wave?
Yes. Beach break.
Okay, tell me a little bit about your surfboards. Size what?
5'4". And Lost Surfboard and model is Pocket Rocket model.
So you surf maybe tomorrow. Do you know who you surf against? You surf against Willow Hardy, yeah?
Yes.
Are you happy to surf against her?
Yes.
You want to win?
頑張ります。
Okay, I'm here with Minami Nanaho, and back to you guys. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Tippy Jabrick. Very happy. Minamai Nanaka through to a semi-final matchup with Willow Hardy. We are very much down to the business end. Beaten semi-finalist picks up 1,825 qualifying series points. If you make it through to the final, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the men's right now. If you lose in the semi tomorrow, you pick up 3,042 points. Second place, 3,900, and of course, if you take the win, not only do you get $10,000, but you get 5,000 qualifying series points, and you can all but guarantee yourself a spot on next year's Challenger Series.
Yeah, as we get to these final heats, it's super important for the girls as we see our surfer in blue on her backhand. 2 quick turns, and you know, that wave doesn't offer any more, but that was the first wave of the quarterfinal heat 3. That was Nanaho Tsuzuki.
Yeah, so really slow heat this one so far. We saw Minamai and Ellie in the last heat lock in their 2 scores in their first, I think, They were both of minimised opening waves, and then Ellie's wave was like her first and her third where her keeper scores. So all the damage was done in that heat by this stage. Here we've just got the one wave to come for Nanaho, and nothing too spectacular.
Yeah, another Japan versus Australia. Mia has been really been a standout for me this whole contest, not only in the actual heats, but in the free surfs as well. As we see our surfer in red using her priority on this right.
Oh, that's a great turn. Opens the shoulders. Just one and done, but it's enough to get the Aussie contingent in the stands cheering. And why not?
Here is the replay of Mia Hupat's first turn. This is a turn that's gotten her all the way to the quarterfinals. We've seen her do it again and again and gets her those scores. First wave of Suzuki came in at a 4.33, so to be in a quarterfinal and to pass and beat Mia, she's gonna definitely be looking for something bigger than that.
All right, as Mia makes her way back out, Nanaho has priority. And yeah, it was that first opening turn will garner most of her points. It's a 4, so not enough to move into the lead. But both ladies right now with a bit of a foundation, just finding their feet and getting stuck in.
Yeah, as we have only 2 people now, there's a little bit less waves ridden, but it gives more opportunity for the surfers and gives them that time to pick really which wave they want. But positioning yourself out there is so difficult as there's so many peaks. So really, it's down to which wave you catch best, really.
Had a good chat with Mia's dad, Marcus, in the lineup yesterday. He's a Torquay boy. And, great goofy footer in his own right. He's got 3 daughters. They've relocated to the Gold Coast for his work. And all 3 of the girls have joined the mighty Burleigh Board Riders. Which, you know, if you ask the committee, they'll carry on like they're the biggest, roughest, toughest bruisers in their neighbourhood. But they're an incredible junior club these days, led by guys like Jay Pottle-Thompson, who of course served on the championship tour and now coaches guys like Matt McGilvray and Morgan Siblick. And Liam O'Brien is their #1 standout these days, who qualified for the championship tour. Unfortunately was injured, but is well on his way to re-qualifying again.
That's our surfer in blue, Nanaho Suzuki. 2 turns, this wave gets a little bit more whitewash on the face. I think with that lower tide, it tends to happen that foamy face on the waves as they get closer to the inside. So those last 2 heats were really, really close. You know, they tend to be some of those more frustrating heats because they were so close just by that, you know, 0.3 or by nothing. You can really see the frustration.
Well, you can see straight away we are down to 2 surfers in the water versus 4. Priority comes a lot more into play. As soon as you can be a little bit more selective, the wave count really drops. We saw heats yesterday with over 40 waves being ridden. Okay, this is the last score for Nanaho Suzuki, a 3.57 the result. So she has a 7.9 total. The first of our ladies to have caught 2 waves. But slow going, despite the quite glorious conditions this morning. That is Charlie Hurst.
I like her.
Getting psyched up for the next heat.
Elastic band. Never seen that warm up before.
What was she doing? I missed it.
She was playing with the elastic band. Maybe her tricks.
All right, here goes Mia Huppert's in red, chopping away at that one. Not sure if she got a turn in before that, but that will just be, if all we saw on screen was it. That will be a pretty minor score, 16.5 minutes to go. Here is the replay.
Yeah, that seems to be the only turn she got on that wave. But Mia, so tell us a little bit more what her dad said about her and her family.
Yeah, so they've relocated. They are living in Balinga, which is kind of between Coolangatta and Palm Beach, quite close to the airport. The kids go to, I'm not sure whether the kids go to school around there somewhere. And yeah, part of the Burleigh board riders. But definitely been days where the right-handers here are reminiscent of the rock break at Burleigh Heads. Obviously Burleigh is more famed for the waves that you get the tubes through the cove and the point, and on the really big cyclone swells, the Sharkies section. But the rock break is where a lot of the Groms ply their trade. It's more of a daily driver. Breaks right in front of the Burleigh Pavilion. The guys at the PAV are also a great supporter of the Burleigh board riders, and guys like Liam O'Brien. We saw Hinata as well. He's a Burleigh board rider. He was competing on the men's side of the draw. And yeah, great club. Not as high profile perhaps as Snapper Rocks or the Coolangatta clubs, but definitely got a huge club spirit, compete in all the board riders events, and run a fantastic junior program, and definitely keep Burleigh Heads beautiful as well. They run a pretty tight program with everyone's favourite wave.
This is Nanaho opening up this turn really nicely, but the girls can't seem to find those sets as like in the other heats, or seems to be tougher to find those bigger waves. But I've seen a few videos of those board riders contests, and I saw Snapper Rocks, and they have to surf heats with that crowd. So how does it work?
Well, for the Snapper Rocks board riders, nothing much changes. You can catch any wave you want, drop in on whoever you want, just with a little bit more sort of justification for your actions. Yeah, they just surf through the crowd, and you know, if you are surfing and there's a guy inside you with a rash vest,
does the crowd usually follow those rules, or do they even drop in on the contest surfers?
You wouldn't want to do it. As we see the camera gallery. All right, this is really cool. This is something that I've only ever seen at events right here at Jinzun Harbour. There's a massive local photography community. Normally they are in the beautiful mountains behind, shooting nature, flora and fauna, hence all the camouflage gear. But when the Taiwan Open of Surfing comes to town, there are literally hundreds of local photographers who turn up. They post up. There would be millions of dollars of gear. I mean, think about how much technology is built right here in Taiwan. And the long lenses come out, the big DSLRs, and every time a surfer takes off on their feet, there are billions of megapixels being blasted into the ether from start to finish. It's like standing on the beach at Pipeline and just hearing the shutters. It's machine gun fire, just da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And for whatever reason, they seem to love taking photos of you, Giada. Justin, Tippy and I haven't had a single photo sent our way yet. Oh, Justin has, of course, because he's 6'6" and incredibly handsome. But yeah, you'd think with all of that artillery on the beach, someone could jag a shot where you look half decent on your surfboard, but maybe next year. But yeah, your Insta account seemed to be boosted with plenty of shots of you shredding.
Yeah, I definitely got a few shots from the paparazzi up there. As we see Mia
Yeah, she had a look at the left and then she decided on the right. It's just going to be the one section, releases the tail, gets a little rebound for her troubles, but couldn't hang on to that one. Wind seems to be puffing up a little bit. It's sort of light from the northeast, so it's a bit more offshore on the right-handers. All the points there will be for Mia's first turn, a 3.33. And still a whole lot of not much in this heat so far. Just over 11 minutes to go. Looks like a big fishing boat out the back. And it is Mia Huppertz sitting in second with a 3.33 and a 4. Nanaho is in the lead with a 4.93 and a 4.33. But at the quarterfinal level, you've got to go well and truly into double digits and above to guarantee yourself progression into the semis. And neither of these ladies would be happy with their scores so far.
Yeah, a little bit more of a sleepy heat compared to the other ones. I'm curious to see if we might have one of those buzzer beater finals again for this one, as we see maybe something approaching. But yeah, back to the photographers on the beach. Those guys are troopers. I mean, they're there from sun up to sundown. And, you know, they're there, and I've even seen them camping out. I saw on the way here today some cars parked up, and they have all their tents up, their gear, and ready for another day.
Yep. No idea where the photos end up, but yeah, I mean, I wonder if there's someone working in a data storage center somewhere who's confused as to where all these gigabytes of images are being uploaded from at the moment, because it's definitely spiking down here in Taitung County. Hundreds of photographers taking thousands of shots per second. And yeah, it's pretty cool. This morning it was hard to pick a path back up the rock wall coming in, because every single vantage place there was someone perched up. And you know, they're in camo, so sometimes you can't see them, and you walk into them and you ding your board. I'm trying to figure out what mystery material I have in my foot at the moment, because it feels like fiberglass, but I think it might just be some unidentified rock or reef. 9 minutes to go. Nanaho Suzuki has a 4.93 for her last wave, a 4.33 for her opener. That's Charlie Hurst making her way down for our last quarterfinal. She'll be surfing against Philippa Anderson, who is in blue.
So, Binzi, what have been some of your highlights since we've gotten here, now that we're starting to get towards the end of the event?
I definitely enjoyed little Jay Hu, the young Taiwanese 12-year-old shredder who got through round one heat and then didn't quite get through round two, but went viral doing the big Felipe Toledo Wolverine claim after one of his waves. And that was really great to see. The standard of Taiwanese surfing gets better and better every year. Which is, you know, one of the big reasons why we do events like that. All right, here goes Mia Huppertz. This looks like a better wave. 2 turns, fluently done, and she can't hang on to that. So a little bit of the wobbly boot for Mia this morning. We've seen her fail to finish her last couple of waves, and she was on her way to at least bettering her 3 or a 4 and bringing herself closer to Nanaho Suzuki. Here goes Philippa Anderson. If she keeps her slides on and surfs the heat, that'll definitely be a highlight for me. She's talking to Paige Harrop, her travel buddy, who they actually surfed in a heat together yesterday. Philippa got through in first. Paige unfortunately bowed out in third.
Yeah, I'm sure Ivan, Philippa's coach, is probably watching this heat. He told me they've been doing a little bit of online video work together. So Philippa sends over some clips and the heat recap, and they call and they analyze what she does. She even told me in her heat interview yesterday that they've been talking before the heats. He asked a couple questions, so when she arrives, she thinks of those questions and, you know, gets ready for her heat.
And where's he based?
He is based in Bali, but right now he did go to Europe with Philippa for the Challenger Series in Ericeira. And he's currently on the way back to the Mentawai to start a surf training camp there. But he does now shift a lot of his attention for online work for all his athletes that are competing away.
Amazing. So what's his name?
Ivan Villalba, also known as Elite Surf Coaching on Instagram.
Yeah, right. And where's he from originally?
He's from Spain. He spent a lot of time in the Canary Islands. This is Mia finding a little inside runner. This she
again goes down on the end section. All the points will be for the first 2 turns out the back, and you can see she's a long way off the beach, but it's just knee-deep water there, so it is very shallow. It's super low tide. That's a great angle that shows us this set pouring in right now. Nanaho Suzuki is in position, having a look and liking what she sees. So setting sail on a smaller right, but it's got good shape, crunches it and rides out. So will that replace her 4.33?
That was one of the better turns we've seen in this heat. So all the points are definitely going to come from that one turn, as she had to race the first section. Here is going to be the replay of Mia Hupat's wave. A little late on that first turn, but this one was nice. And tries to tap it close, but pushes the tail a little too far and comes unstuck. Little tap turn from Nanahon first turn, and that was a really great turn. Fins out, she was feeling pretty good. Looks like by her body language.
So a 2.97 the result for Mia's last wave. Nanaho's last wave, a 4.5, so narrowly extends her lead, does drop into her top 2. 4.5 minutes to go. And speaking of coaches, Mia Huppatz has been working with former World Tour surfer Brad Gerlach. He's a Californian living in Australia these days with his wife Anna, and he's moved from Torquay, where he was for a long time, up to the Gold Coast. I wonder if he knew Marcus Huppatz while he was in Torquay, because now Mia's relocated as well. She's working with Ger, and he's not only one of the most stylish surfers of all time, he is a great thinker and student of the sport, really analytical, runs his Wave Key program online, which is a series of video tutorials you can download and watch in your own home. And there's a lot of visualization, there's a lot of body work. It's basically dry land surfing and visualization that you then take into the water with you and try and replicate when you're surfing. And yeah, it's good stuff, so check it out, Wave Key. And Mia will be looking to replicate some of Ger's competitive animal instincts right now and get aggressive and see if she can't lock in a big score with 3 minutes 15 to go. There's 5.43. This has been a really lackluster heat. Both of these girls would want to sink their teeth into something to get some confidence to take into the semi-final. 3 minutes remaining, and that is the beautiful backdrop here at Jinzun Harbour. Obviously we are the tent in the middle, the big infrastructure with the judges and the media up top. Downstairs is the surfers' deck. There's catering, there's a big board store, or boardroom full of everyone's equipment. And then our little broadcast tent is just off to the left of screen. 2.5 minutes to go. There's Reef Hazelwood and Micah Margison. A bunch of the other competitors. Alistair Regginato, he'll be coming up shortly. 2.5 minutes to go.
We're seeing a little bit of an Australian storm forming. Lately in these events, I'm seeing more and more Australians support each other and come down to the beach to watch each other's heats.
Yeah, the boys and the women are well and truly in each other's corners. All right, Mia Huppatz, she has priority. Let's get aggressive, Mia. She needs a score. That's a good first turn to get things going. Out on the face, it was a bit of a flatter turn. needs this wave to stand up and let her go at it a couple more times. Crunches it, and she might even go for the little rebound on the right. She is out of there. Minute 45 to go. Anything over a 4 will bring her closer to Nanaho Suzuki. 90 seconds remaining in the heat. That's plenty of time to get back out and grab another wave. And you'll see Nanaho now will make her way over to Mia because she doesn't want to let Mia pick up something under priority. But she would love to upgrade her 4.5 as well. Now we see Mia heading back to the northern peak to get away from Nanaho. Nanaho's like, you know what? I'm not going to play cat and mouse. I'm going to do some surfing instead. Takes off. That's not going to do much apart from put priority up for grabs. Although with our two surfers now about 50 metres apart, priority is not going to come into play.
Yeah, this heat could go either way right now. Nanaho regains priority, but Mia has, you know, run so far away from her.
And that's the competitors in the next heat, Charlie Hurst and Philippa Anderson. They're going the other way. So we've got two surfers heading north, two surfers heading south. Charlie and Philippa know that they have to stay well and truly away from the action. There's 30 seconds to go. Mia Huppertz is desperately trying to get some separation from Nanaho Suzuki. Mia needs a 5.43. There's 20 seconds to go. And Nanaho has got over there. Now Mia's heading the other way. 10 seconds to go. And it's looking like Nanaho Suzuki might just be joining Minamai Nanaka in the semis. And there's a great little moment of sportsmanship. Charlie Hurst and Philippa Anderson are going to round things out in the last of our quarterfinals. That is kicking off right now. Was this the wave that Mia Huppertz needed? We're going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. More action from the Taiwan Open of Surfing coming our way right after this.
You want to embrace the true nature. You want to explore the beautiful world beneath the sea. You laugh and sing songs. It is a surfer's paradise here. Whenever you're ready to undertake a different kind of travel experience, Taitung is your next destination.
So guys, welcome back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing. This is quarterfinal number 4. We have in red Charlie Hurst and in blue Philippa Anderson. And I'm here in the booth with Justin. Welcome back.
Thank you, Jada. I'm loving your commentary skills. I'm loving everything about Taiwan. As we saw in the commercial break, just a really vibrant part of Taiwan here on the southeast corner of the country. The sun is shining, the waves are pumping once again, And we're into a really important part of competition, a quarterfinal, a semi-final berth up for grabs for these two ladies in the water. And with 27 minutes on the clock, we can see some scores have already locked in. A keeper for this young lady. Here she goes. Wham, nice connection on that first turn. Hard off the bottom. Two surfers up and riding. Great shot there. And we throw to Philippa, but unfortunately she falls off that one. So in the commercial break, we had a 5.67 lock in for Charlie Hurst. I'm sure we'll see a replay of that very soon. And here it is. Well, I'm sure it'll be coming to us shortly, but look at these swell lines just pouring into Jinzun Harbour. A really nice set. Unfortunately, the girls out of position for that one. But wow, looking good.
Yeah, it definitely seems as though the swell picked up in the last few heats, actually.
Yeah, it was a bit of a slow start. A bit of a tight tussle in quarterfinal number one. Some bigger scores getting dropped in quarter two. That last one felt like it definitely had a few more opportunities. And we can see some good action as we've got the replay for the opening ride of Reds. This is Charlie Hurst. Pretty sure she hails from New South Wales. Drifts the tail on that one. And that locked in at a 5.67, a 5.67. And this was Philippa Anderson's 1.87.
And this is a replay of Charlie Hurst's last wave. A really nice first turn and straight into the second one. As we see Philippa behind. Just coming unstuck. But it's been a great day of waves.
Yeah, day number 6 here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Last score in for Charlie, a 4.0, so it gives her the early advantage. And there we see our third semi-finalist from Japan. A really strong contingent of Japanese surfers on both the men's and women's side of the draw, but this lady on screen's been super consistent throughout the event.
Yeah, not only in the event, but also outside. I've seen her every morning and every afternoon during the free surfs. And she has been a really consistent surfer throughout this whole event. And it'd be great to see what she pulls out in the semifinals.
Yep, so she's into semi-final number 2. She'll take on the winner of this heat in the water. And so far in the opening 6 minutes, Charlie Hurst has done the best of it, a 5.67 and a 4.0. I was lucky enough to see Charlie in action back in my home state of Western Australia, competing in the Peel Pro Junior, which was the final Pro Junior event of the Australia-Oceania region, I should say. And Charlie reached the quarterfinals, so she's made it to the quarterfinals in a couple of events in the last month or so. But she's got a really nice technique, really good style, and whether on her forehand or backhand, we can see that she's able to drop scores. I'll take this opportunity to do a big shout out to everyone tuning in on the webcast. It's been an amazing 6 days of competition, but a big hello to anyone from back in my home state of Western Australia. I know there's been a lot of people tuning in to watch Willow Hardy's heat. I was lucky enough to have a chat with her, and a semi-final finish. Hopefully she can go one better and make the final here in Taiwan.
Yeah, you know, tomorrow is going to be another amazing day, but focusing on today, there is going to be an expression session.
There is. You've signed up?
Oh, not just yet, but I will right after this heat.
Well, talking about expressing themselves, we are going to throw to Chris Binns and the winner of the last quarterfinal. Over to you, Binnsy.
Thanks a lot, Justin. All right, Nanaho, not the greatest conditions, but congratulations on the win.
Yeah, thank you.
So I meant not the best heat. It's a little bit slow. What changed in that heat, conditions-wise, do you think?
Yeah, so I'm a little bit nervous, so because windy, slow heat, and then Mia is super good surfer. So, but yeah, I'm lucky to get a good wave.
Yeah, you looked really solid on your board. Are you feeling like you've got a good rhythm this week?
Yeah, I like Taiwan's wave. Yes.
Where are you from in Japan, and are the waves quite similar to where you come from back home?
Yeah, I'm from Aichi in the Tokyo and Osaka in middle. Yeah, looks similar wave in my hometown.
And you're through to the semi-final. That's a great result. You must be excited.
Yeah, I'm so excited to the next round. Yeah.
Well, you're ripping. Any words for friends and family back home in Japanese?
いつも応援ありがとうございます。これちょっと厳しいヒートだったんですけど、確実に勝つことができて今とても嬉しいです。次のラウンドも自分らしく頑張っていきたいと思います。応援よろしくお願いします。
Well, good luck further on in the event.
Yeah, I'm so excited and yeah, I love Taiwan.
We love you in Taiwan. All right, back up to you guys in the box. Cheers.
Well, thank you, Chris, and I just love the enthusiasm. The Japanese surfers, they're always so happy, so smiling, and yeah, she should be smiling because she's booked herself into the semi-finals, an absolute keeper result here at a QS 5000. So many points and opportunity on offer in the last major event for 2022 in this region. Right now, an all-Australian matchup in quarterfinal 4. Philippa Anderson, a really, really experienced competitor and campaigner. She's up against a young lady, both from New South Wales, and I'm sure there's a fair contingent tuning in. And big shout out to the crew from Surfing New South Wales. My old mate Tom Dixon has recently rejoined the ranks there. So Dicko, I'm sure you're tuning in. To Maddie, to Luke, to all the crew there. They do an amazing job, and they have a big run of events in early 2023 to look forward to. G, have you ever thought about coming down to Oz and competing down in Australia again?
Oh, well, I love Australia so much, and I really do want to come back, especially to Western Australia. I love it there so much. I like how you think of surf community and the first thing that comes to my mind is Australia, because it feels like everyone surfs there. You're out there and you talk to one person, he's like, yeah, my grandma's here, my grandpa's down there, and my mom is boogie boarding down the shore break. So I would love to get back, and hopefully I'll get the chance to.
Yep, you're always welcome to come down to our neck of the woods. And we've seen you down there in the past competing in a series of events we held, and I'll take this opportunity to do a shout out to your Italian teammate, recent mum, Claire Bevilacqua. Yeah, I feel like Bevo's been around, a former World Championship Tour competitor. And speaking of competitors, this is Philippa Anderson. She had a great heat yesterday, got into the 7 range. One nice opening manoeuvre and slams that section. Oh, just can't ride out of it, unfortunately.
Yeah, that whitewash came out like a boulder and just knocked her out of the board. Well, I've seen that happen quite a few times in the last heat as well, so it's something that the girls have to be a little careful about. But yeah, talking about Claire, I stayed with her when I went down to West Oz. She was building her house back then, so I got on the tools as well. I got shoveling and moving around, but I think she's such a great host, and I thank her so much for everything. She always helps me with competition because she's so experienced and gives me really great advice. So yes, congratulations to her as well for just having that baby. Hopefully see her out in the lineup soon as well.
Yeah, well, I know that we're probably going to see some live action, and here we go again. Philippa Anderson. The waves look like they've increased in consistency and size in the last half an hour or so, and this is the replay of the last of Philippa Anderson. She goes down on that, but one nice turn, it is going to improve her situation. She drops a 1-point ride and drops in a 3.17, but right now she's chasing a 6.50 to make it into that all-important first position. It changes so much, the 4 lady heats we've seen run all throughout the week. It is first and second that move through, but in these lady-on-lady heats, it's first place. You got to win it to get through to the next round.
Yeah, it changes. you know, it's a little more intense out there. You have a lot more pressure on yourself, especially because there's less people out, so you really have to mark your spot out there and sit and, you know, stick to your guns and make sure you're making the right choice.
Yeah, wave selection has been really, really important here at Jinzun Harbour. It's a really fun wave out there, but getting on the best waves allows you to do the best manoeuvres and eventually get the best scores. So right now, the best of it, a 5.67 to Charlie Hurst. She sits out there in red with first priority, and she's not going to take off on anything that is going to allow her to score anything less than a 4.0. She'll want to drop that low number and apply a little bit of scoreboard pressure to Philippa if the opportunity allows her in the next 16 and a half minutes. But I'm sure the boys are getting a little bit excited about this win coming up, because I'm sure they've all got, you know, an amazing bag of tricks, and this little bit of wind is, you know, for me, feels like some aerials will be going down in the upcoming heats.
Yeah, as we see Charlie opening up this ride and just falls off. But yeah, I'm sure we're going to see some of the boys take to the air with this wind coming up. I saw a few of them getting ready and checking the waves out. So it's going to be an exciting quarterfinal to watch.
Yeah, well, looking at the heat draw for the upcoming men's quarterfinals, we've got an all-Japanese affair in quarter one. We've got an all-Australian matchup in quarterfinal number 2. In quarter 3, it'll be an Indonesian surfer in Oni Anwar taking on another Japanese surfer. Quarter 4 will be Japan versus Australia. So, as we were talking about, the Japanese have been performing really, really well. Here goes Charlie Hurst. Nice connection on that first section. Got an oncoming section. Hits that, and yeah, she's just keeping busy. I like it, you know, when you don't have priority. I like the surfers that, you know, just try and build momentum throughout the heat. And for me, this was a pretty handy wave. Nice bottom turn, connects right in the pocket there, and probably wanted to get a little bit higher on that turn, but was unable to do so.
Yeah, something I like about Charlie is that she seems really smooth in between each turn, you know, and a lot of flow, and she comes out of her turns with lots of speed as well. So she's a really great surfer to watch, and she looks really young. I find her competition really mature. Her surfing is very mature for her age.
Yeah, I'm not sure how old she actually is, but still competing on the Pro Junior Series, so she's definitely under the age of 20, and I'm predicting she's still a teenager, and she's up against a really competitive beast in Philippa Anderson, who has done the qualifying series for quite some time, and she'll definitely be wanting to bank a semi-final finish as a minimum here in Taiwan. Obviously the sister of Craig Anderson, one of the best free surfers on the planet. He's dropped many a video part. He's featured on covers of magazines. Probably the most iconic shot I remember of him on a really small little board, just getting absolutely tubed at Kanduis. And a guy that you put him in a left-hand wave, he'll probably do something pretty special.
Yeah, growing up, I think he was always one of my favorite surfers to watch, especially surfing the waves around in Indo. He definitely inspired me, and I would like to start surfing some of those bigger waves as well.
Well, speaking of surfing bigger waves, the consistency's definitely improved, and Philippa Anderson, that's a nice turn, but she's just struggled a little bit to ride out of her manoeuvres. I think she's I don't know, maybe overthinking it, but putting a little bit of pressure on herself. She is a very capable surfer, but she's had her opportunities, but just not capitalizing them just yet.
Yeah, talking about Philippa, I was telling Binzi earlier, me and Philippa train with the same coach,
Cool.
Ivan, and he told me yesterday that he's been really doing long distance video analysis. So Philippa sends her surfing videos to Ivan, and they then do like a Zoom call, and he breaks down the videos with her. I found that pretty interesting, and how much surfing has advanced in training wise.
Yeah, it's crazy to think of, you know, all the new technologies, and your coach doesn't even have to be here on the beach anymore to give you feedback and input, and I think that's so cool, you know. Obviously, video analysis is a huge part of surf coaching, and to be able to, you know, just flick your coach a few videos and them to be able to break it down for you, I think is super, super cool. And where is Ivan based? Where's he call home?
Well, Ivan is based in Bali, so that's where I started training with him. He does many training camps in Mentawais as well, and Lake Peak. But right now he is currently in Spain. He was with Philippa in the Challenger Series. So I'm sure he's watching. A big shout out to Ivan, and thank you for always helping us. But yeah, it's crazy. You know, you can come in from a wave and watch in a few seconds what you were doing a few minutes ago.
Yeah, well, you know, the internet. I feel like so many surf fans can tune in now to this amazing webcast that the World Surf League put on, and you know, surfing is a truly international sport. It's an Olympic sport now, and for me it just shows how popular surfing is in these areas you wouldn't generally think have great surf communities like Taiwan. Here goes Charlie Hurst, your heat leader. She's got a beautiful forehand carve on her, slices back now, waiting for this one to stand up on the inside, and that inside section has become a little bit more tricky. There's a bit more water, a little bit more sort of energy in that inside section, and the ladies have just struggled to really ride out of their finishing maneuvers.
Yeah, here is a replay of that last wave. I love this front carve she has. It goes straight into the second one. And yeah, it does seem like the girls are struggling to finish off their waves. It was happening as well in the last heat. They kept just falling off, so it must be maybe a change in tide or the swell direction that just causes those waves to collide and make it harder to finish off.
Well, on screen there is Hirato Arai, one of the absolute form surfers of this event. He's had some clutch moments, and he'll be going up against his countryman in Roy Kanazawa in the opening men's quarterfinal. He's there with his wife, who has been a great supporter of him, and yep, look for him to absolutely throw chook feathers on the left-hander. He's a really, you know, experienced and capable surfer, and I can guarantee that at least one surfer in the semi-finals will be from Japan.
Yeah, so I asked Chris this, and I'll ask you, now that we're getting to the back end of this contest, what have some of your highlights been?
I've just loved this country, but surfing highlights for me, I think, have been those couple of buzzer beater moments that we've seen go down. Oni Anwar's clutch performance a few days ago was really, really cool to see, but what I have liked is just the standard of surfing across the men's and women's side of the draw. There is no easy heats. Obviously, I'm a little bit biased towards Willow Hardy. She's really impressed me, and yeah, she's just improving every heat, and yeah, she's going to represent WA at the Australian Junior Surfing titles in the not too distant future. So yeah, I'm going to say that Willow has been my my highlight so far, seeing her progress so deep into the draw here. But on the men's side, Bronson's air game, there's been so much to enjoy and to watch across both sides of the competition.
So this is Philippa finding a right, and she'll be wanting to finish off strong. This was one of the longer waves we've seen ridden in this heat, and that was a great turn. And this wave just keeps on giving. So she's looking to improve a 2.27, and I am pretty sure she got that score.
Yep, and this is live action now with your heat leader, Charlie Hurst. Nice little check in the pocket, winds up harder. That's a better turn for Charlie. You can hear the hoots and hollers coming from the Aussie supporters on the grandstand that we've got here at Jinzun Harbour. I'm sure we'll get an opportunity to break down those last two waves. Yep, this is Philippa Anderson, so she picked a really good wave. Not super steep to start off with, but you can see it connects through the inside, starts to bowl up a little bit more. And she's just tagging it all the way through. That was a nice turn there. And she'll feel a lot better. She's had a bit of a slow start to this one, but multiple backhand maneuvers for Philippa.
And this is Charlie Hurst. 2 turns, but this wave really bowled up for her. I think that was a really strong finish. You know, the girls are definitely going to be feeling a little more confident after that exchange. But we will see who gets the better of it. So Philippa's last wave came in at a 4.6. So it does close the requirement, but we're still waiting for the last of Charlie Hurst, looking to improve a 4.
Yep, so Philippa's now got a bit of a keeper underneath her belt. The requirement a 5.08. We'll see if that is going to change once the last of Reds does lock in. 6.5 minutes on the clock. These 30-minute heats of they sort of, you know, it sounds like a lot of time, but they do tick over pretty quickly. So right now we've had 11 waves ridden in this final quarterfinal on the women's side of the draw. This is a QS 5000 event, and I reckon when the scores take a little bit longer to drop, that the judges are having a good think about it. They're probably dialing up the replays of her last couple of scores and comparing, contrasting and analysing how she performed on that last wave compared to her other keeper numbers. And as we get down under 6 minutes, you can see the space between the 2 competitors. It's a big playing field out there. It's obviously a lot different with just 2 ladies in the water. And there it is, a number in, a 5.77, the best number of this quarterfinal. So Charlie Hurst has gone into double digits. She has extended her lead, and the requirement for Philippa Anderson now a 6.84. So the young surfer in red is applying a bit of scoreboard pressure to Philippa Anderson, who does have first priority.
Yeah, Philippa has shown those bigger scores in the past heat, so she knows she can do it. She's just really looking for that opportunity. But yeah, it's going to be great to see what she can pull out of the bag. She does have priority, and she'll be waiting for that bigger set wave now that she has sort of a foundation.
Exactly right. I can tell you that a quarterfinal finish here in Taiwan would be an equal 5th place finish. If you bow out in this round, 2,282 rating points will go towards your overall tally. $2,000 worth of prize money, which would certainly help with upcoming travel and expenses. But, you know, close to 3,000 points for a quarterfinal is, you know, definitely a good result at the end of the day. But, you know, the ladies want more, and this lady is delivering. Charlie Hurst, nice opening slash. She's hoping this wave's going to hit the inside, puts a bit of back foot into that one, squirts a bit of spray out of her board. Nice little foam climb. And, yep, she has got good rhythm in this heat. She seems to be reading the waves well, really connecting the dots on all of her opportunities.
Yeah, Charlie keeping busy and catching that wave under priority, so trying to find and give herself more opportunity to catch waves. You're right, I do think she has great reading in these waves. It must get so tiring, you know, paddling front and back. But here is the replay. A beautiful first down carve and straight into the second one. You know, a little push on the tail as she runs down this section to finish this off. And, you know, she must be feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah, she's quite a petite young surfer. You know, she must weigh all of about 50 kilos, I reckon, probably, you know, half my body weight. But she just seems to be able to find those really good sections on her forehand. She's got a great read on the waves. And, you know, these conditions are looking really, really good for her. We're awaiting 2 scores. Looking at our scoring screen here, awaiting 2 scores. So we must have missed something from Philippa Anderson as we had eyes on Charlie. But this is live action for Philippa, opting for the right-hander. But you can see that wave's gone a little bit flat. It offered a good opening section, but it's just gone a little bit slopey and sleepy on the inside. Connects well there.
Yeah, that was one of the longer rides from Philippa, but you know, in one of the last exchanges, you saw that even if Charlie's wave was shorter, it had more punch, and she went more vertical and into the pocket, and the judges liked that over a longer running wave. So, you know, it's really interesting to see how they score these heats.
Yeah, well, it looks like the last of red will not go into a top two, a 4.67. Still awaiting the score for Philippa Anderson's last, but this is the drawn-out shot. It is almost a perfect right and left-hand peak. The wind has come up a little bit, but it really isn't affecting the performances so far. A lot of surfers hanging out. You know, even though people have been knocked out, they're still here supporting their mates and cheering on, you know, their country ladies.
Yeah, it'd be great to see as well, you know, talking to most of the surfers, they were using epoxies throughout the whole event, but now that the wind's picked up, if they're going to switch back to their PUs instead.
Oh, interesting. I like that. I like that. Look at you dissecting and analysing. Yeah, a very good question. You know, generally speaking, the epoxies don't go so well once you've got a little bit of lump and bump on the face, but yeah, it will be an interesting thing to see what the men are doing, what their assessment of conditions will be. With just on 1 minute, Philippa Anderson's locked in her best score being a 4.80. She's still chasing a good number, a 6.64 in the next 45 seconds. She's got second priority, and you can see Charlie's just, you know, coming a little bit closer. Doesn't want Philippa Anderson to, you know, get anything in the next 30 seconds.
It seems as though there might be lines coming in, but I've made the mistake here before my free surf, thinking something was coming and paddled out, and it was nothing.
Yeah, it's not the easiest lineup to read, but here you can see Philippa Anderson's trying to get some distance between herself and Charlie Hurst. And with just on 5 seconds remaining, Charlie's going to use her priority to keep Philippa off this one. Goes for the big backhand blast, but is unable to ride out. And Charlie Hurst will be moving through to the semi-final stage of the heat. We say goodbye to Philippa Anderson, and we'll be right back after this short break. You get Charlie.
有时候我们会观察那个树梢地面的摆动啊，或者是旗子，但是看不到最快最好玩的方法。你看口水它移动的方向，它就是我们地面风的速度跟方向。
等一下呢，我们要去的那个前点要上电表，深度蛮深的，所以我们都要检查一下啊，你的电脑表看看有没有进入最大的电压极限。
Well, there we see our final semi-finalists on the women's side of the draw. Charlie Hurst. We're into the men's quarterfinals now, and this one features Hiroto Arai and Roy Kanazawa, so an all-Japanese matchup. Tippy, what do you know about these surfers in the lineup?
I know both they surf really well. You know, to surf into this quarterfinal, you have to perform. And one thing I know about Hiroto Arai, he was one of the Japanese prodigy back in the days. He traveled around the world, and these days he's still in the mix between all the young Japanese. As we can see, this is Hiroto Arai. He's I have to say like one of the senior in this event from Japan, and experience shows it helps also for for him.
Yeah, you're right. He's competed at World Juniors. He's done ISA events. He's used to travel with Oni Anwar, one of Indonesia's great ambassadors for competition surfing, and he has been an absolute firecracker. If you get him on these left-handers, the right opportunity, he has just been teeing off, and he opened with a 3.67 on that first wave.
Yeah, nothing crazy, just trying to fill his his wax. Couple maneuvers, 3.67, nothing major. I'm pretty sure he want to get that upper 6 or 7. He did score a couple of big score on his campaign previous heats, and I know he can do it again.
Yeah, well, we'll be able to get a bit of a breakdown of conditions with Jada Lagarde. She is with Charlie Hurst, who is on her way to the semi-finals.
Hey guys, so yeah, I'm here with Charlie Hurst, the winner of the last heat. Charlie, there was a big change in conditions during your heat. Was there any change in your tactics while you were out there?
Not really. The position of where the waves are coming through is still pretty similar. It's just that bit of stronger wind, so just making sure I'm riding out of the turns, but yeah.
Now that the wind's picked up so much, was there any change in your equipment?
Yeah, I actually was deciding between riding an epoxy or just my normal PU, and once the wind picked up, I went with the PU.
Tell us a little bit more about your equipment. You're looking like you have a really nice board under your feet.
Yeah, I'm just on a Channel Islands Fever. It's my go-to board, and yeah, I love it. It's my every conditions.
Is this your first time in Taiwan?
It is, yeah, and it's been really amazing being here. It's such a nice place.
What would you say are some of your highlights from coming here?
Just hanging with all my friends, surfing, the dumplings have been really good, and yeah, super fun.
So who's your crew? Who did you come down here with?
So I travelled with Mum, and we've been hanging with the Harrisons and Mia, so yeah, it's been super fun.
That's great. And is there any wave you say would be similar to back at home in Taiwan?
It's kind of similar to a lot of the beach breaks we have. There's lots of different peaks, but yeah, so yeah, it's good.
This is a great result, and I'm hoping you do really well in your next semi-final. Is there anything you'd like to say to any friends and family back at home?
Thank you, and just hi to everyone back home watching. I miss you all, and thank you for supporting me.
All right, thank you so much. Back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, thanks, Jada. As we saw Kanazawa there, he is a powerful surfer and really ripped into that right-hander. And is his opening score. I'm sure we'll get a bit of a replay of it, but yeah, he has been a bit of a surprise packet. Talk us through this one, Tippy.
Yeah, Roy Kanazawa opening with a strong, kind of like a hang there a little bit, but this one, that's where he can push a bit harder. I would say, just one nice turns there, but he could goes into that range of a number that Hiroto Arai opens. Still 23 minutes to go, still early. They still figuring out because the condition is a bit different. I'm pretty sure they went for free surfing before the competition started, and surfing in the morning and surfing on their heat right now is a bit different. A bit of a wind going on, but they're still contestable.
Yeah, still some great waves on offer, and on screen there you can see Charlie Hurst. That's her mum on the right-hand side. Marlon Harrison in the background, and that is Holly Williams as well. So there's been some great support no matter what country the surfers are representing. Seems like a lot of crew are hanging out and just stoked to be here. The sun is shining. We really haven't had a drop of rain the whole time. It's been a really, really beautiful experience for me to be here at my first Taiwan Open of surfing. And the score has locked in for Kanazawa in the blue, a 5.33. So the judges, they liked that second maneuver, and I liked it as well. A nice little sort of layback right in the pocket, pushed hard on his tail pad and threw a bunch of spray on that maneuver.
Yeah, it's a bit, you know, giving a separation right now between Hiroto Arai and Roy. Now it's, you know, it's a bit clear what, you know, what the scale is out there. As we can see, Roy also a strong backside there. This could be into, you know, his backup score if he can finish that one. Another section probably right there. Boom, little flare right there. Nice. Wow, how did he get that speed, you know, from like a, you know, a rebound backside into a 360 of air there.
Yeah, ninja-like reflexes. That was really cool to see. This is the replay. Nice first turn and slashes back, and you can see down the line it's a bit of a dead section here. Sees this oncoming and really connects well and just pops that one. No worries at all to get the reverse, and I think the judges are going to like the variety and the innovation on that second scoring wave for blue.
Yeah, it could goes into you know, his highest score right now. 5.33 opening right. Back it up with, you know, not even like wasting any time right there, Roy Kanazawa, because he know Hiroto Arai is lethal, you know. You need to put him a little bit under pressure if you want to go through into the semi-final.
Yeah, exactly right. So looks like his tactics are pretty clear. He wants to apply some early scoreboard pressure to his fellow Japanese surfer. And with 10 minutes, well, just under 10 minutes transpired, there is a local contingent of Taiwanese surfers. Such a great opportunity for those young boys and girls to, you know, soak up this high-level competition. It's a men's QS 3000, and just being here, experiencing, you know, the surfers' preparation, how they perform in the waves. It will definitely bode well for some bigger performances from the local surfers moving forward.
So yeah, Roy Kanazawa, his second score is a 5.83. Not much different from his first one. Maybe you know, the judges only score for that one big maneuver and then the rebound. I think the aerial was a bit of a, you know, not much of a impact on that wave. It was just a, you know, a smaller section coming through. It was a laugh actually. That right was just a, you know, I don't know. It's just a trick that he do that.
Yeah, just a nice little exclamation mark. But they've said it's half a point better than his opening score. But he's now landed in double digits. The requirement for red with priority is now a 7.49. But he only has one score on the board. And here it is again, another replay of the last of blues. Good first turn. Not much on the second maneuver. Has to bunny hop his way through to the inside and hits the oncoming section, but can't believe how he's just had the ability to just pop that and ride out. So yeah, probably two quality maneuvers in that wave, and the judges have gone just under the good range. A 5.83 rewarded to Roy Kanazawa, and he sits in the lead right now.
Yeah, with you know, almost halfway through. This is a 30-minute heat. Roy have quite a good numbers there. Hiroto is just with one score right now, 3.67. You know, in this situation, you know, Hiroto's thinking like, I still have a lot of time out there. You know, 3.67 is something that, you know, not gonna goes into my account. I need two wave. I need two good wave. I'm pretty sure that he's in his mind. But before those wave coming to Hiroto, Roy Kanazawa just keep getting busy and busy right there.
Yeah, you can see he is happy to catch waves underneath the priority of red. Red's backhand has been lethal, and here he is up and riding. Nice first slash there. Gets up and over that section, back into the power pocket, and connects with that section well. So second scoring ride for Hiroto Arai will lock in shortly. 17.5 minutes on the clock. but he has been extracting some good numbers on the left, Tippy.
Yeah, I was surfing with him yesterday. You can see a nice wall climb right there. Another off the top there. Just unfortunately, this wave just dying off. On the free surfing yesterday, he only go left. You know, there's a couple opportunity for him to go right, but he knows. You know, he been scoring high score on the left, and I think he's just sticking to his tactic. Going left is a way to make you know, all those scores.
Yeah, well, he's done really, really well on the left so far. So why mix it up in these important quarterfinal heats? He'll stick to his guns, and he'll have great confidence in his equipment and his ability as he's up and riding again. Nice first turn. Hits it a second time. Waiting for a steep section.
Yeah, looks like, you know, every time he paddled back out, there's always another left coming to him. So it's a bit hard not to catch that one, because, you know, at this time, any opportunity is an opportunity.
You can see that conditions have changed. The nice smooth faces have disappeared. Bit of a crumbly lip, but our Japanese surfer in the red has just rattled off a series of maneuvers. So we've got 2 scores waiting to lock in for red. His requirement prior to his last exchange was a 7.49. That is definitely going to reduce on the strength of his performance. And I think a guy that won't mind this little bit of ruffled texture and a bit more wind is that guy on screen, Reef Hazelwood, just loosening up prior to his quarterfinal, just getting the hips loose. He has got a really impressive aerial game.
So Reef, next heat will surf against Alistair Reginato. 2 different kind of style right there, Justin, because Reef is a guy that's gonna, you know, opting, you know, this condition. He could do some, he gonna choose maybe the airs, but one thing for Alistair, he's just gonna do a big, strong maneuver like yesterday, you know, all about power surfing.
Yeah, exactly right. Reef is really fast, he's really nimble, and you know, he's got a big bag of tricks, while Alistair Reginato has made it through to the quarterfinals on the strength of just some solid bottom turns and really powerful top turns. So it'll be a contrasting matchup between the 2 Australians, but I'm looking forward to it nonetheless. These guys have really impressed me thus far, and we'll see who can make it through to the semi-final stage of this men's QS 3000 event.
Yeah, the numbers of surfers keep going down every single day, you know, from a big 80 round of 80 in the first day for the men's. Now it's into the quarterfinal. Here we go, Roy Kanazawa on the screen. Strong surfer from Shikoku, Japan. I have the opportunity to ask Joe Azuchi. They actually come from the same island, Shikoku, and I asked them, like, you know, I don't know, there's a beach break in Shikoku that's similar like this called Ikumi Beach, and Japan have I have to say, have a similar wave condition, you know, like can be like this, but a little bit colder. It's a bit up north.
Yep, some colder water. No one's been pretty much in anything apart from board shorts and a vest. Maybe Willow Hardy in a 2 mil steamer. Just got a few, a bit of feedback on that. But yeah, we haven't sort of seen any super strong winds. It's been really nice in the water. Tropical conditions here at the Taiwan Open of surfing, and looks like red is not going to go that wave. But plenty of opportunity here at Jinzun Harbour, and the scores have locked in. The last 2 of Arai in the red have improved his situation. He's still in second. He's got a 5.23 and a 5.03.
Yeah. So the difference between those 4 scores right there, Justin, I have to say Roy Kanazawa kind of like pushed more on his tail. Hiroto Arai have, you know, a really great technique, but you can compare the way they surf on the same kind of condition right now. Roy pushed more on his tail. You know, Hiroto Arai have that smooth, you know, like all the maneuver is super smooth, super control. But if you want to catch up with Roy Kanazawa, he need to push a bit more.
Yep, I reckon that's a good analysis of the scores and the performances so far. We're at the 12.5 minute mark. Everyone's stuck in the 5s right now. This is the replay of the last of blues. Gets the board vertical there. 3 maneuvers, but not sure if it'll improve his situation.
Yeah, Roy been really, really busy. I think this is the one that he just kicked out on that one. Just 2 maneuver. But it will be interesting because 5.83 and then also 5.37 is still higher than Hiroto Arai's higher score, which is 5.23. That's the reason why Hiroto need a 5.93 right, 5.97 right now. Here we go, Roy Kanazawa.
Yeah, nice slice to open, backs it up again, and you can see he's looking to really push the envelope, put a bit more scoreboard pressure. He knows his countryman is definitely capable of locking in a 5.97, so the only way to make that requirement a bit bigger is to improve on his 5.37. So right now the best 2 numbers are with blue. Red has locked in a 5.23 as his best, but no one yet to hit the good range on the scoreboard just yet.
Look at you know, Alistair Reginato's you know, posses. Quite big posses right there, you know. They have all the young guys there. We have Xavier, we have you know, Tolly Wiley there, Hinata, and then as we can see to Reeve Hazelwood. He's probably the opposite. He just want to be by himself probably.
Yeah, we bumped into some of those boys out in Taitung City last night, and Alistair Reginato, he went home early to prepare for this all-important quarterfinal, but the boys behind him all knocked out of the event. And
just playing pool probably all night.
They were looking for a bit of action. They've been staying here at Jinzun Harbour, which is a quiet, sleepy little town, and the boys are that's some good energy to be around prior to a heat, I reckon.
Yeah, I would love to see where's a Reeve Hazelwood right now with his preparation. I want to see the different, if you know, the broadcast crew can bring the camera to Reeve Hazelwood, because Alistair is not doing any stretching or anything. He just want to go there and do big things.
Maybe he's just absorbing a bit of that positive energy from his friends and soaking it all up, and probably just looking to unleash it on the waves out here.
Yeah.
But yeah, Alistair Reginato from the Sunshine Coast in Queensland has had a really, really good performance.
Oh, they come from the same town then, yeah? From Sunny Coast.
Yeah.
Oh, his Reeve Hazelwood, no posses, just, you know, doing his own thing.
Stretching the ankles. I reckon he's just limbering up. I think we're going to see him do some pretty impressive surfing as we see Kanazawa now. This is a better looking wave. It's a little bit steeper, and he's been able to connect a few times. And
that's a good one, actually, Justin.
Yeah.
You can see the difference between Roy and Arai. Even though they have a really similar bottom turn, at the end of the day, Roy pushed harder on the top.
Yeah, I'm in total agreement with you there, Tippy. He's putting that bit more power into it.
Yeah.
Arai is quick and nimble and fast. He's really linked his maneuvers up well. And, there you go, the boys. Maybe a little bit of tactics there, but at the end of the day, the two Aussies. There's a bit of support there for Alistair Reginato, so I can understand why Reeve's got the headphones on. He wants to block out all that noise and white traffic in the ears.
Yeah. Oh, that's a better one from Hiroto Arai, Justin. Maybe he could hear what we're saying, you know, trying to kick that tail a bit more, and that's what he did. But look at the numbers from Roy Kanazawa, Justin. It's a 7.00, so Hiroto is looking for the highest score of the heat right now, actually.
Yeah, well, this was a nice, powerful turn. For me, that was the best turn of the wave. And just connecting in the pocket.
Super flawless, actually, yeah.
Yeah, you know, there is a bit of lump and bump on the face, but it didn't show any surfing. This is the last of Reds. A really good-looking wave. That was a beautiful turn there. And again, really loosened the tail up, so he's definitely listening to your advice, Tippy, and pushing a bit harder on those turns.
I have to say this is going to go into that 7 range of Roy Kanazawa. It could you know, get the numbers that he need, but you know, a 7.6. It's one of the highest number of the day, so we'll see if that's the performance that the judges are looking for, you know.
Yep, they've both started to really hit their straps. The wax is between the toes now, and they are looking to improve on their scores.
Yeah.
Right now it is that man on screen with a 7 and a 5.83 to be in first position. He does have first priority, but we are awaiting, I think, the best wave of reds to lock in. Potentially the best wave ridden of the heat. We'll wait and see with just a touch over 7 minutes remaining.
Yeah, Hiroto Arai's last wave definitely, you know, gonna come close for that number that he's looking for, a 7.60. You know, it could goes you know, close to that number, but it will, you know, make the requirement smaller if he get that number.
Well, scores are starting to light up, and he's going to like the sound of this. Goes into the lead on the strength of a 7.73, so the best number of the day so far to this man on screen, a 7.73 to Hiroto Arai. He will now assume the lead. The requirement for blue is a 5.97, so wow, here it is again on the replay. Talk us through it, Tippy.
Yeah, first turn right there was not too much damage, but this is the one. As you can see, spray high in the sky, another one, strong one, you know, kicking that tail a bit harder. And, you know, just another, you know, check turn right there, but he knows, you know, the damage is all done. And he can see from his body language, you know, like saying, like, that was a good one, you know?
Yeah, so...
is this another one?
Yeah.
He get another one.
Yep, while we were watching the replay, he took off on this, so he has got some really good momentum happening. And wham, slams the door shut, and he's feeling it now, you know.
Yeah.
He gave the little fist pump, and yep, he's feeling really, really good, and so he should. A 7.73 and another good backup wave still to lock in.
Wow, back to back right there, Justin. Yeah, he didn't let the door open at all. He want to shut it tight, and no chance for Roy Kanazawa.
Even if Roy's toes are in the way, he'd be trying to slam the door shut on him, and he's done that with a 6.60. So back-to-back waves for red have really put a stranglehold on this heat. Just a touch over 5 minutes remaining. The requirement now for Kanazawa, a 7.34. So he's looking for his best number
so far.
Yeah, wow, he is a really, really good competitor. I love the performance from Red. He is an experienced surfer, and it's showing now, because to get 2 scores back to back, you know, he was, you know, it was all one-way traffic with blue for quite some time, but he has sprung into action, Hiroto Arai, and wow, that is 2 good waves. He'll be feeling pretty confident with 4.5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, it shows how experienced is Hiroto Arai. He doesn't really care if he have to come back from behind, you know. He's just putting those numbers in his mind, you know, because if he need a 7, you know, he'll get a 7.
Yeah,
he's that strong.
Yeah, he is paddling back out. He has pretty much gone left this entire event. He has not really even looked at a right-hander, and with a backhand that good, why would you want to go right? He is really, really good. He's fast, and I think his advice, I think your advice was well received by Red. He was
pushing his tail a bit more.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know, like Roy Kanazawa, like the way he surfs, like he pushes, you know, a bit harder, and I have to say these both surfers are, you know, they have the same kind of technique, but the problem is Hiroto picked the 2 right wave and just smash it.
Yep, wave selection is definitely critical. We know if you've made the quarterfinals here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing, your performance has been really, really good. A really high level of surfing on offer, but it's just about getting on those really, really good waves that allow you to just unleash, and Arai in the red has been able to do that. A quarterfinal finish is an equal 5th. The loser of this heat will walk away with 1,423 ratings points, $1,000 in prize money to fund their future surfing campaigns, no matter where they'll be heading. But here we go. This is
looks like Roy is heading for the right-hander here, Justin. You know, yeah, with that kind of wave selection is all about pressure. You know, sometimes, you know, you don't have a clear mind when pressure is already pushing you with 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go. You know, you start paddling to the wrong direction.
Yeah, well, look at Red. He is beelining straight for Blue. He has priority now, and he is he doesn't want to see Blue catch another wave. So Blue looks over his shoulder and can just see Red just coming straight for him.
Yeah, Red just don't want to, you know, even though there's a slight, you know, opportunity for Blue to go on any wave, but you know, I think Red understand. He have the priority. He have the, you know, the right to go to on any wave that coming through them to them. So I don't know. Hiroto is just want to defend right now. He don't need to catch any wave. He just want to block.
Yeah, he is going to shadow his countryman in the blue for the next 1 minute and 40 seconds. He is not going to let him even think about having another wave, I reckon.
Yeah, even though they're roommates or whatever, you know, right now, you know, this is the most important thing in their life, you know, moving into the semifinal, because those points are the reason why they are here. You know, they can shake their hand and have a coffee later on, but right now, I'm not going to give you any chance, Roy. That's what Hiroto have in his mind.
Yeah, you could see he paddled like a good 100 meters probably to come and sit on Blue, and Blue is paddling the opposite way to try and get away from him, but anywhere Blue goes, Red is going to follow with 1 minute on the clock.
Yeah.
A really polished performance from Hirota Arai. An experienced campaigner and an even better competitive surfer, because you can see he doesn't want to let his lead go and his spot in the semi-final slip. There's the draw. We can see quarterfinal 1 in the water now. Up next will be Reef Hazelwood and Alistair Reginato. Oni Anwar will take on Yuji Nishi, and quarterfinal 4 will see Daiki Tanaka take on Jarvis Earl.
Yeah, looks like Red let Blue go on this one, but he knows that's, you know, he's a bit you know, behind the white water there. Just a lot of downtime, just tapping. It's not even the first maneuver after like good 20 meters of that wave, and I think Roy understand. His hope is done.
Yep, and here we go, a little victory lap for. He's not even going to surf it. He's just going to make his way in. He's going to conserve energy and be really happy with his performance. So you can see what it means to him. The double fist pump, Hirota Arai. That was a really special heat. Slaps his board in. Congratulates his competitor there. But we'll take a short break and be back with quarterfinal number 2 here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing right after this.
在台九线长长道路上，一旁就是那无尽的海洋。
台东 Start 旅行是一场灵感的捉迷藏。
台东是个美丽的地方，也是个很真实的地方。一起来寻找新的方向。台东 Start。
Welcome back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing. That is Hiroto Arai making his way up the rocks and into the semi-finals. The young Japanese surfer is pumped. It's a big cuddle for his troubles. He's through the next round. Looking forward to seeing what Hiroto has to say to Justin Majex very shortly. That is where we are, Jinzun Harbour. You can see the competitors in the foreground. Thousands of photographers lining the shore, and then the contest infrastructure to the right. A battle of the Queenslanders right now. Reef Hazelwood from Caloundra, Alistair Reginato, he's from the Sunshine Coast as well. So two Sunshine Coasters, not Gold Coasters, Sunshine Coasters. So that's a couple of hours north of Brisbane and further again from the Gold Coast. Not quite as blessed with swell as the Gold Coast, but not quite as hectically busy either. A little bit more relaxed up there. Have you spent much time around Noosa and Caloundra in that part of the world, Tippy?
Yeah, I've been there once, but I didn't get any good wave during that time. But I heard it could get some fun wave for sure.
Some fun wave. Whoa, lights up when there's a cyclone, that's for sure.
Yeah, but you have to live there to wait for the cyclone. You know, you cannot, fly from Bali for a cyclone. It's a bit too far, but I heard it's been pumping when it's on.
All right. We just saw Hiroto Arai on screen progressing through to the semis, and he's down with our own Justin Majex right now to have a little chat.
Yeah, thanks, Chris Binns. An epic performance by this band next to me. Hiroto Arai into the semi-finals. How are you feeling?
So good. Yeah, I'm so happy.
Your countryman, Roy, he put a bit of scoreboard pressure on you early, but you've just stuck to your guns. You've looked at those lefts the whole event. How confident are you feeling going left out there?
Pretty good. And Roy is, I know he's a very, very good surfer because he's a grand champion of Japanese Pro Tour this year. So I know he's just very good. But I just focus on my catching keep left, then waiting for good wave, then yeah, I can do that, so I'm very happy.
You're through to the finals day. A semi-final is one step closer to the final. Is that where you want to end up in the final, of course?
Of course, yeah.
Tell us about your equipment. The wind has come up a little bit, but you told me you still rode your epoxy out there. Feeling confident on the epoxy even though it's a little bit bumpier?
Yeah, still feeling very nice. I haven't tried a PU in here yet, so I just keep, this board is very nice, so just keep riding this, then yeah.
You're here with your wife. Apart from surfing, what have you been doing? Are you staying here in Jinzun Harbour or close to the event site?
I'm staying low pressure, just Netai tickets, just 5 minutes from here. We rent a bike, and then yeah, come here every day with a bike, so yeah, that's very nice.
I'll give you this opportunity to say anything to your fans back in Japan, any family watching in. Some words in Japanese, please.
応援ありがとうございます。ファイナルデーまでつなげることができました。あとセミとファイナル2つなんで、1ヒートずつ1ヒートずつ、あと1本ずつ、一発のターンしっかり集中して、優勝目指して明日も頑張っていこうと思うんで、また明日もたくさんの応援よろしくお願いします。
Yeah, there we go. Our first semi-finalist through to finals day tomorrow. Back to you guys in the booth.
You beauty. Thanks a lot, Justin. Who will Hiroto Arai be coming up against? Reef Hazelwood in red, Alistair Reginato in blue, and Reef has burst out of the gates with a 7.33. So looking forward to seeing the replay of this and having you break down exactly what he got up to on this wave. But that's a great score from Reef Hazelwood.
Yeah, to open up with a 7.33, it's like, it's a dream start there, Binzi. Here we go, Reef Hazelwood. Not the biggest sets of the day, but, first maneuver is nice. Strong wraparound there. And then another tail slide right there. This could be the one, nice floater just to, give a bit of a different maneuver right there. A 7.33, nothing serious, just super tight and compact. A bit of a variety, and 7.33.
So Alistair Reginato surfing for the North Shore Board Riders. They're from Maroochydore, and they won the Aussie Board Riders Battle in Newcastle a while ago to claim their the title of Best Board Riders in the nation, beating a whole bunch of big name beaches, and they did a lot of that on the back of Alistair's work. Reef Hazelwood freeing the fins on that wave. Unfortunately couldn't reconnect with the face. Here goes Alistair Reginato on his backhand. He's a Queenslander, but he loves going left. And, we'll need to recap the start of that wave to see exactly what he got up to on his first turn. It sounded like it was a good one from the reaction next door to us. Reef just a minor score, a 1 for his last wave. Obviously goes into his top 2, but won't stick around in there for long. Would have been significantly more than that if he could have ridden out, because it was pretty sharp tail slide reverse that he threw over that section. 22 minutes to go. Here's the replay of Alistair Reginato's last wave.
Yeah, just a strong tap right there. This one could be the score that he did in that wave, but just 2 turns right there, Binzi. You know, you need to go back and find another one. 3, 6, 7, and he knows that he need to get a set of new numbers right there. That was a strong one, Binzi. Another strong one. Can he manage to pull that one?
So all the points will be for that first turn, but it was a pretty good one. So these guys have been studying the lineup all morning. They both had a free surf before we got underway. That first turn was vicious, got really vertical, through plenty of spray, and nothing doing with the second section. Can't ride away from that one. But Alistair's opening numbers, he's got a pair of 3.67s. So 21 minutes to go. It is Reef out in the lead. Reef 7.33, the only score that matters at this stage of the game. And, up next, your man Oni Anwar up against my favourite Japanese surfer Yuji Nishi. I don't mind Hiroto Arai either, who surfed in the last heat. He's great. He's been around for a long time. He's a baby face. He looks young. I think he's 27, 28 these days. And competed in the World Juniors, I'm going to say back when it was in Kiama on the south coast of New South Wales.
Yep.
Has been playing his trade on the qualifying series events ever since.
So yeah, we have one Japanese in the semi-final, and then also what a great performance there from Hiroto Arai, representing Japan as the first semi-finalist on this event. He will surf against you know, the winner of this heat, Reef Hazelwood or Alistair Reginato. So, you know, one Aussie and one Japanese definitely going to be in the first semi-final there, Binzi.
Yeah, that was Reef taking off, not much coming. So a lot of whistling right now, which would indicate there's some sets on the way. And all the crew in the grandstand are letting their buddies in the water know that there's stuff out there on the horizon. The wind is really starting to pick up. It's blowing from the northwest, so it's up the face of those rights. Maybe not the best, you know, if a guy like Reef is trying to do airs on the left, that's going to take the board away from him. But on the right, you can see the goofy footers throwing sort of backhand air revs. You can see the natural footers, maybe that's an alley-oop wind.
Yeah.
I imagine that's what you're sort of picturing yourself throwing in the expression session shortly, Tippy?
Nah. So this is Alistair Reginato, you know, it's pretty much like his, this is going to be his first wave if he can complete this one, because a 3.67 and a 3.37 will be a thrown away. Boom. That will be, goes into his account, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, definitely. That will be his best wave with 18.5 minutes to run.
Yeah, Alistair is not too much of a, you know, like the type of a surfers of a Reef Hazelwood. He just gonna do big, you know. That's his lethal weapon. Just going vertical like that, throw big water into the sky. Another strong backside there, and this one is I have to say that's pretty strong right there, Binzi.
Yeah, it's going to be a good number for Alistair when it drops in. So Reef Hazelwood has the lineup to himself. 18 minutes to go.
It pushed him into first right now.
Yeah, 5.67 the result for Alistair Reginato. So 5.67 and a 3.67. Reef without really too locky in a backup. He's sitting second. 18 minutes to go. This one's pretty tight at the moment. Alistair with the best two-wave total. Reef with the best individual wave. And Reef now has priority. He is on the move. Having a look at this first line, deciding he's not into it. It stretches out. Bit of a closeout. There is the Aussie gallery. Carvello, Hinarts, Taj Stokes.
You know what's surprising me, Binzi, even though they're both are Aussies, but all these crew are hooting for Alistair Reginato.
Yeah, the sort of grinders. That's Taj Stokes filming the filmer. Marguson in the foreground. Xavier Huxtable.
Thomas Carvalho right there.
Tally Wiley. There's yeah, great Aussie spirit. Nada's still hanging around. No one's really in a rush to change their flights and get out of here after they get eliminated. They're just going to stick it out till the end and support their mates.
Yeah.
One day to go. Here goes Alistair Reginato on his backhand, flying down the line. Oof. 2 turns, overcooked the second one and goes down.
Yeah, you can see how hard he can you know, push that boards, Binzi. Yeah? But sometimes if you over push it, that wave cannot handle all the pressure. Talking about pressure, Binzi, who's going to be your main competitors on your expression session coming up soon? Is it going to be Waynesy, or is it going to be Ty Serati, or Justin Majak probably, no?
Yeah, Majak's the big man rolling the arms over.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. The surfers themselves are allowed to surf, unfortunately, but
in your heat?
Well, I don't think it's a heat. I think there's
just
they're going to surf through our heat. You know that they won't be able to show us any form of respect whatsoever.
Oh, there is no respect out there. It's what do you call that? Yeah.
The judges all rip.
Toddy surf pretty good. Ty Conaghan. They all can surf actually.
Oh yeah, they all shred. Tori Gilkison's won a world longboarding title in the past.
Yeah, I was there interviewing her on her maiden world champion.
15 minutes to go, so we are halfway through. Alistair Reginato is in the lead with a 5.67 and a 3.67. Reef is sitting patiently with that opening 7.33. At the moment, he's looking for a 2. A bit of separation right now. This looks like Reginato on the move down the beach once again. You can see everyone is deep in the back of the tent trying to avoid the sun. It is sizzling hot out there.
So Alistair Reginato currently sitting in the first position. You know, Reef Hazelwood only have 2 score of a 7.33, the highest score of this heat, but also a 1.03. All he need right now is a 2.01. That's gonna be you know, gone in any second that Reef going on if he can go on any good one. Ooh, looks like Reef is spotting something there, Binzi. He's paddling for that wave.
So it's a big playing field out there at Jinsun Harbour. There's 2 peaks, but it shifts around a lot. And Reef's made his way a little bit south. He's found himself a backhand wall to get to work on. This is going to be a decent number. So he's moved into the lead. God, he's like a metronome, so rhythmical. Just bang, 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 bang from start to finish. Reef Hazelwood is out of there. That's going to be a second strong score. That boy just looked glued to his feet through those turns. Well done, Reef Hazelwood.
Yeah, Reef Hazelwood is a typical of a guy that, you know, he doesn't make mistake, Binzi. You know, he know what he need, he know what to do. 2.01, he can say goodbye to that number. Here we go, a replay. Reef Hazelwood, super vertical on the first one. Not a strong turn. just finish it like right there, and yeah, he got it.
A 6.5, so a 7.33 and a 6.5. Reef Hazelwood is doing it very nicely up against Alistair Reginato. 12.5 minutes to go. Alistair is now looking for an 8.16. So Reef started off with a 7.33. He's backed it up very strongly with a 6.5. Now he wants to put the foot down. We might see Reef stay quite busy at this point. He's got nothing to lose. He might as well catch a few waves and put on a bit of a show and try and just build on that score. Reginato is going to play the priority game. He won't take off on anything that doesn't look pristine.
Yeah, it's been a really cruisy event on this Taiwan surfing Open of Surfing, Chris, yeah, because today we're only going to have 8 heats. Tomorrow, final day,
6.
You know, only semis and final, and we're done. Looks like you know, we can have a more of a sightseeing to do, you know, so we can check a couple other destinations that offer here in Taiwan, in Taitung. So take photos, share it to the world. Insta moment. At the end of the day, you know, you cannot go home without you know, taking a lot of photos for your Instagram. It's illegal these days, actually, Binzi.
Well, I've been taking a lot of photos of food, which is generally a bit of a crime, I reckon. But over here, you just can't help yourself. And some of the signage around the food is pretty hilarious as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, the eating here in Taiwan is just sensational.
1383, that's the total number from Reef Hazelwood. Alistair Reginato. Looks like he needs to get away a little bit from Reef because he needs to find his own good wave. 816, highest score of the day.
You said before that there seems to be a little bit more support for Alistair Reginato. There's absolutely nothing in that against Reef Hazelwood. Alistair's just a little bit younger. He's the underdog. Reef, we're all very familiar with what he brings to the table. He's competed as wildcard on the championship tour before with great success. He's starred in Red Bull Airbornes. He starred in the recent Stab High. This is Reef opening up with a 7.33, the best wave of the heat so far. And this is Alistair Reginato answering back. The Aussie crew will just be supporting the underdog, but you know when Reef gets to his feet, the Aussies are going to be backing him as well. This was the 6.5 to secure that 13.83 two-wave total. We are inside the last 10 minutes. Reef Hazelwood is doing it very nicely. Alistair Reginato is far from out of it, but at the moment he's looking for an 8.16, 9.5 minutes to run.
Yeah, talking about support there, Binzi, you know, I'm full behind Oni Anwar after this heat. I'm going to be off from the broadcast. I'm just going to watch his heat. And here we go. Alistair Reginato. I'm really hoping that he can get a good score on this one so we can have another heats in hand. Can he do something big on that one? Ooh, you see all the 3 fins right there on that closing maneuver.
Yeah, that was a great wave for Alistair. Plenty of variety. He was flying down the line. He had that little moment where he was just sort of high lining with plenty of speed. The third turn, he really had to force it and just wrenched it around with brute strength, getting him back onto the face. And then, as you said, Tippy releasing all 3 fins on the end section closeout. This is going to be a good score from the Sunshine Coaster. So the first turn was strong. Second turn, bit more of the same, but again, not bad. That one, he really had to force it, but didn't miss a beat. And then flew down the line, released the tail, bit of flare. And that's going to be a decent number for Alistair Reginato. 8.5 minutes to go. Priority now flips over to Reef Hazelwood, who'll be looking to get rid of a 6.5 to extend his lead and make things a little bit tougher for Alistair, who's going to have a very respectable number to drop in soon.
Yeah, either way, you know, everybody in Australia watching this event, they would love to see, you know, one of these guys advancing into the final, because they will have to surf against also a great performance display from Hiroto Arai. there will be an amazing battle between Reef Hazelwood or Alistair Regginato against Hiroto Arai. Here we go. We have Oni Anwar on the screen surfing against Yuji Nishi. That's Keijiro Nishi. Yuji Nishi is an older brother. Okay, still waiting for that score, Benzi.
We sure are.
There could be a lot of replays going on the judging area. Want to make sure they're giving the right numbers.
Seven minutes to go. Last score for Alistair Regginato. He's not going to hang around and hear it. He's taking off on this right. It's a bit of a facsimile of his last one. Little foam climb. Now he's out onto the face. Big drop shoulder carve, and he'll get the end section connect.
Ooh. Not
quite finishing out in front of it. Not to matter. 6.9 the result for his previous wave. He's now looking for more of the same. A 6.94 the requirement for the lead. Reef Hazelwood's found a long running left. Opens the shoulders, beautiful, crisp, clean fan of spray. Releases the tail, whips it round to reverse. Wow, that board is just looking sensational underfoot, and Reef is out of there. It's effortless, just the glide and the flow that he's getting down the line at the moment.
Yeah, super light-footed there from Reef Hazelwood. I think he know, the power of that wave, the way he served. He just, like you said, flawless, And I would say, Alistair Regginato is also with that 6.9. His requirement is not that far now. Here we go, Reef Hazelwood. Nice top turn right there, I have to say. And this one just glide with a fin showing all the 3 fin right there also, Binzi. Only 2 turns though, but we'll see if that's going to be better, his 6.5. It's not going to be better, his 7.33, that's guaranteed.
Yeah, well, you look at the last 6.9 of Alistair's versus that wave of Reef's. And Alistair had sort of 3 or 4 turns. Didn't have the flow that Reef did, but had a little bit of a similar flair. So 5 minutes to go. Leave that one to the judges. There is the beautiful coastline looking north. And if you were to follow that coastline about 6 hours and then hook over the top of the island, that would take you to Taipei, the capital, which is in the northern corner. It's northwest just, but not far off. All right, score comes in for Alistair. It's a 5. Last for Reef was a 5.4. So neither of those waves are factoring in. 4:45 to run.
Yeah, looks like they are planning to surf on the same peak right now, right in front of the judge tower. Alistair Regginato is having second priority, so situation is a little bit on the mercy of Reef Hazelwood. If Reef gonna let it go, and then that could be the chances for Alistair Regginato. Really smart surfing there from Reef Hazelwood. He's looking to move into a semi-final where he will need all those crucial points out of this QS 3000 for his Challenger Series campaign next year. Cutoff time is April 1st. The first event will be in the one at Snapper Rocks, Binzi.
Yeah, the Gold Coast.
Straight away after Newcastle, it's Snapper Rock. If you make it to the CS, you just have to drive from Newcastle straight into the Gold Coast.
Yeah. Alternatively, if you don't make it on the championship tour at Margaret River, you have to fly 5 hours across the country and wash off your sins in perfect tubes on the Gold Coast.
Yeah.
It's not the worst punishment on earth, is it? You didn't make the tour. How about you go surf Snapper Rocks with 3 other guys out?
Yeah, here we go. Reef Hazelwood with 3 minutes to go. Wall climb. Boom.
Oh, wow.
Can he make on that one? No.
Not quite. First time he's fallen today.
Yeah.
That was a great air. It came from nowhere, just the pop that Reef gets.
If you can see there, that on that floater doesn't give him, much of an area to get that bottom turn into that pop right there. You see right there, Binzi? Not much pump to have, and he able to rotate that boards, but just unable to get in front of that white water.
Yeah, and the floater foam climb there, it wasn't done as a maneuver. That was purely done to gain some speed. So yeah, he didn't have the big bottom turn, but he got that little squirt that came with falling out of the lip. And yeah, it shows you just how effortless Reef is making it look right now, that from nowhere he was able to launch such a big punt, but wasn't able to put it down. 2 minutes remaining. Alistair Reginato is looking for a 6.94.
So talking about Margaret River, Binzi, so that's going to be the first event, the last event before its cutoff season, no?
Correct.
It will be the same like last year.
Yep, and it'll be the same next year, or sorry, 2024 as well, I think.
Yeah.
It's got a 3-year contract.
The good thing about that event, Binzi, Bali is only 3 hours flight. If you're not going to the east coast of Australia, you can also come to Bali.
Absolutely. Caught that flight many, many, many times.
You could have your freaking flyer numbers, quite big numbers on that one, probably, Binzi.
I could have till Virgin stopped flying from Perth to Bali, but I'd rather not talk about that because I'm having a great day and I don't want to sour things. Minute 10 to go. Alistair Reginato is still chasing a 6.94. The two surfers are right next to each other. Reef's not going to let him take anything easily. All right, here goes Reginato. He's on the hunt. First turn was not bad at all. Needs something special. Big air reverse. Gets the tail high. Rides out of that one. And he's going to stick with this one. It walls up through to the inside. 2 last turns. Spins that around to reverse as well.
He'll be close, Binzi.
Look at the reaction amongst the boys. You know that there'd be all sorts of little wagers going on between the mates as to who's going to win this one. 30 seconds to go. Reginato's decided that he is done. He's going to leave this one in the hands of the judges. Here goes Reef Hazelwood. He could put it to bed on the strength of this one. He's on his backhand. 2 really good turns to get things going. A third, a fourth. And as the siren goes, Reef Hazelwood makes his way through to the beach. Does he make his way through to the semi-finals? You would think yes. Reginato's wave wasn't huge, but that aerial came from nowhere, got plenty of amplitude out of it, spun it around nice and tight, and just when you thought that he'd landed it in the closeout section, it backed up and he got a little low ride through to the inside and squeezed out 3 or 4 more little turns along the way. Handshakes between Reef and Reggie. Here is the replay of Alistair's wave.
Yeah, he's looking for 6.94 right there, Binzi. That one was, I have to say, quite a good aerial, but it's a bit short.
A 6.03. He couldn't have got much closer. Unfortunately, it's not enough for Alistair Reginato. Reef Hazelwood's going to get a similar score, a 5.7 for his last wave. And there it is. Unfortunately, Alistair Reginato bows out. Reef Hazelwood, well, he's on the rocks, but his campaign is not. He is through to the semi-finals where he will match up with Hiroto Arai. We're going to go to a quick little break. When we come back, Oni Anwar from Lakey Peak, Sumbawa, Indonesia, up against Yuji Nishi, a couple of islands away in Japan.
You want to embrace the true nature. You want to explore the beautiful world beneath the sea. You laugh and sing songs. It is a surfer's paradise here. Whenever you're ready to undertake a different kind of travel experience, Taitung is your next destination.
Yeehaw! Welcome back to Jinzun Harbour. This is quarterfinal number 3. Oni Anwar is in the red jersey. Yuji Nishi is in blue. Two of my favourite surfers. Oni has opened up with a 5.83, so we will catch up with that replay very shortly. Not much for Yuji Nishi, just a minor score. He has priority. Picture perfect conditions out there right now, Giada Legati.
Yeah, it was great to watch. This is Oni's opening wave. Beautiful first turn and vertical straight into second and third. Some powerful surfing from Oni Anwar, our surfer from Lake Peak. So tell us, why are these two your favorite surfers?
Oni's just a legend, you know, Oni. How can you not? He's just such a smiley, happy guy. That's us. This is another one of my favourite surfers, Giada Legati. Oni, yeah, he's just the man. If you run into him at Lakey Peak, he's so welcoming. He wants you to enjoy his home. He goes out of his way to make sure that you are enjoying yourself. He's one of those guys who introduces people. He's a bit of a glue guy. He always works to bring people together. You can see it around the event here with some of the younger Indonesian surfers. He's almost like the captain of the team. He's making sure that he checks in on everyone. He gives advice on what boards people are riding and all that kind of thing. And yeah, he's just a great guy. Yuji Nishi, he's just a character. He's a sort of bigger dude. He's got a big laugh, massive smile. Even his English isn't great, but doesn't need to be. You can you get the vibe off him that he's such a sensational human. He's been competing around these events for a long, long time. Here goes Oni Anwar on his forehand. Two big turns and releases the tail lightning quick, and that's going to be a decent score for Oni. And he will be the first to have a two-wave total with 25.44 to go.
Yeah, Oni starting off quick. His quarterfinal campaign here is the second ride. Beautiful first turn, releases the fins, a little check turn, and here a reverse to add into that spice, that Lakey Peak spice he has. He is such an amazing person. Everyone looks up to him back at home. He's one of the first Indonesian surfers to, after TP Jabrik and Rizal Tanjung and that generation comes Oni. He's one of the best talents to come out of Indonesia.
Absolutely. All right, we are going to catch up with Reef Hazelwood, winner of the last heat, who's down with TP Jabrik right now.
Thank you, Binzi. I'm here with Reef Hazelwood. What an amazing performance there, Reef. I have to say, even Alistair also gave you a little bit of fight out there. Tell me a little bit about your heat out there.
Yeah, definitely. I was able to get one really quickly at the start, which definitely made it just a little bit easier, but not any more comfortable, because obviously Alistair's always going to put up a good fight, and he did. So yeah, I was definitely puffing out there, trying to get back out and get better waves, and I was trying to push it as hard as I could on every wave. So yeah, it's awesome when you have a competitor that kind of pushes you to do that.
You know what surprised me is everybody was behind Alistair, but I know you have your teammates here also, but who did you travel here with?
Yeah, so I travelled with Micah Margerson, Taj Stokes. I actually knocked him out earlier, so it was a bit of a bummer, but yeah, and then Thomas Cavallo too, so such a sick crew, and I mean, all the Aussies are hanging together and stuff, but Alistair's definitely a favourite, and I love him, and yeah, all the boys love him. So yeah, everyone's supporting each other. It's epic.
So you're a bit of outside the the top 6 to qualify for the Challenger, and I'm sure this result gonna help you push through into the ranking. Tell me a little bit, what is your strategy out of this 2022? Are you fighting hard for the Challenger Series next year?
Yeah, absolutely. Like I came to Indo and did the 2 5-stars, and I got a quarterfinal there, and yeah, hoping to get another good result here, and then yeah, definitely going to just be going home, training hard, maybe even go to Hawaii and trying to get some practice in there, and I always feel like I come back surfing better from Hawaii, so yeah, hoping to do a good stint like that, and come back fired up and get some more results like this. So yeah, hopefully it's a good season for me.
Tell me about Taiwan. Is this your first time in Taiwan?
Yeah, first time, and absolutely loving it. So yeah, we actually went to dinner last night with some of the locals, and yeah, got to eat a whole chicken. Like I snapped the neck off, and had some fish and rice, and that was cooked in bamboo, and yeah, just having the craziest time, loving it. I really can't wait to come back. It's awesome.
Yeah, if you want to say anything to your fans or family at home, Reef Hazelwood.
Yeah, thanks. Just hi, Mum and Dad, and Renee, my sister. Love you guys and miss you, and look forward to catching you when I'm home. But hopefully I can have a trophy to bring to you. We'll see.
Great performance from Reef Hazelwood. Good luck for the next round.
Thanks, Tippy. All right, thanks a lot, Tippy. Reef Hazelwood indulging in the local cuisine, helping out all hands on deck with the cooking last night as well. We just saw a great exchange between Oni Anwar, who dropped a 5.17, and this wave of Yuji Nishi.
This wave, not very long, but super consistent surf for Yuji Nishi. Just 2 turns and quickly wants to get back out and get that priority. I love how low his center of gravity is. Like his stance is super low when he's surfing.
Yeah, he gets all sorts of momentum up and flies down the line. Here's Oni Anwar. This was a 5.17. Pointed all 3 fins at the beach, but just the one maneuver, and he did ride out of it, but it wasn't super clean, so probably kept the score down a little bit. But a 5.17 for 1 turn, very respectable. 21 minutes 15 to run, and yeah, it's been an interesting year for Reef Hazelwood. Last time I commentated him in action was at Urban Surf Winter Jam, which was a festival held in the pool in Melbourne. He actually won that, picked up $1,000, and that was cool. There was snowboarding going on the side of the pool. There was all sorts of bands and DJs playing, and Reef took the win there. He also competed in Stab High, which the final airs today, so go check that out on Stab. Hanging out with all the free surfers and the aerial crew, and so he's able to jump between sort of social circles and surfing scenes pretty effortlessly. He finds his groove wherever he is and settles into it and achieves great success in every sort of platform. This is Yuji Nishi again. This is gone the layback. Didn't really drive through it, too succinctly or too fluently, so I'm not sure how the judges are going to react to that one. They want to see a bit more extension, I think, but that's going to be, good to feel the board underfoot all the same.
We're hearing some crowd cheering at the back, so it'd be interesting to see what was going on. Oni already with a 6.67 and a 5.83. Here is the replay of Oni's wave. He pumps down the line and does a massive air and comes out of it.
Oh, wow. Okay. He's broken his board in the process, so he's going to make his way in. Hopefully the tide's filled in a bit. This is the replay. So Oni, couple of pumps into the wind. It's as if that's the Lakey Peak right. Really had to wrench that around. He's gone to nose pick. He's ridden it. He's gone claim. And then when he's brought the hands together, that's the universal semaphore sign language signal for I have just broken my board. And now we see Oni on the beach. And that is his backup being brought down to him by his buddy Jagger Bartholomew.
Yeah, I don't see Oni in a rush. He seems actually quite relaxed.
You don't want to rush across this section because it's super shallow. It's sort of knee deep for the next 50 meters, and it's just those slippery boulders the whole way. So you kind of just keep a hand on your board and use that to balance yourself and just stumble your way across. So yeah.
Well, there it came in, a 7.67 for Oni Anwar. That is a great way to start your quarterfinal.
Isn't it? Wow. So 18 minutes to go, and Oni has a 6.67 and a 7.67. Yuji Nishi's last wave was a 6.5. So yeah, the judges didn't mind it. And Yuji will know that he can do a little bit more and get a few more points on a wave like that as well. So 18 minutes to go. We've got a great heat on our hands right now.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see. I was talking to Justin earlier. Even with the strong wind, Oni still decided to stick to his epoxy boards. So it would be great to ask him what his thought process is with that.
All right, here goes Yuji Nishi. Quickly in, quickly out. Decides he'd rather hang on to priority. Yeah, I think the consensus amongst the epoxies with the competitors is it's sort of their go-to through the whole event. I know a few years ago the mindset was really like epoxy for this kind of conditions and a PU for this kind of conditions. But now the epoxies are getting so much better that you're seeing surfers are more confident in them in a wider range of conditions. And today, sure, there's a little bit of wind, but waves still aren't super powerful. Like, the waves have lots of push, but you're not talking like Indonesia or Hawaii or West Oz. So you still want the paddle power, and that extra paddle power and buoyancy that you get paddling into the wave can maybe help you when it comes to countering some of the little chop. I mean, this is still a wind that's offshore and up the face, and Yuji Nishi's just torn it to pieces, and he's given it the huge fist pump as he rides out of that last maneuver. Why not? That was pretty dynamic surfing from start to finish. He started big, he finished big. No downtime in the middle, and he is feeling it. 16 minutes 15 to go. Talk us through the replays, Yada.
Yeah, here he is in front of his competitor. He does a first turn straight into the second, and here you see him setting up to do this reverse. Comes out excited, he's pumped, and this is a great heat we have in our hands, you guys.
It sure is. Okay, interestingly, out of those three turns, the first two, which both looked fantastic and crisp, neither of them really threw much spray. And you think with the wind behaving the way it is right now, they might, if anything, amplify the spray. So I'm not sure if it was just a bit of a fluffy lip that didn't really offer him the opportunity to bury a ton of rail. The last turn, there was a big bunch of spray that came off, but yeah, maybe that's that low center of gravity and just being so super compact and over his board. 15 and a half minutes to go, and the last wave for Yuji Nishi, not his best, but it goes into his top two, a 6.47. He's still looking for a 7.84 to advance. 15 minutes remaining, so we're at halfway. Oni Anwar, he had a look at that left, decided against it.
You know, something I liked what Reef said was that he feels he comes out surfing better every time he trains in Hawaii. Could that be a matter of waves or because of the level in the water, like of all the other surfers, or
I think it's a bit of everything. You go to Hawaii, it's a bit like when you do a boat trip in Indonesia. You just surf all day long, and you know, the best practice for surfing is surfing. And sure, you can be on the Sunshine Coast and you'll surf a couple of times a day. Might be fluky, windy conditions. You know, you'll get your waves done. You can hit the gym and train and do all the right things. But then you go to somewhere like Hawaii and you just surf and surf and surf. There's a variety of waves. He'll be going, you know, backhand into the wind, trying to do airs. He'll be out at Rocky Point. He can go to pipe and try to get barreled. You're just constantly leveling up your game. And the variety, just, you know, you can work on your boards for when it's big. You can work on your boards for when it's small. Fat, tubes, airs, you name it, every facet gets covered, and you're just in that mindset where you're thinking about it the whole time. Literally, Reef would go to Hawaii and eat, sleep, breathe surfing. From the moment he gets up, he's going to be knowing what the wind's doing, thinking about where he's going to be heading. He'll smash a coffee and be out there and surf. Wind will change. He'll go up the beach. He'll go somewhere else. He'll come back in. He'll feed. He goes back out there. It's like an intensive, it's high-intensity surfing program that Reef would run in Hawaii. And anyone would get better under those in that kind of situation. But if you're Reef Hazelwood and you're already at the level, it's all, you know, at this stage of the game, it's all about the little incremental stuff. We know that every single person in this event can surf really, really well, but it's going the extra sort of 10% to get those little gains in every little facet that then translates to whether you can make it to the semis or the final or then raise the trophy at the end of the day.
Yeah, as we see our surfer in blue, Yuji Nishi, looking for a 7.84 in this wave, and he takes slightly to the air, I guess, but that's definitely not what he's going to be looking for.
That would be the best air of my life, by the way.
Me too.
I need to go to Hawaii and get on the Reef Hazelwood program.
We should start a commentators go to Hawaii program.
All right, 12 and a half minutes to go. That's going to be 1.4 for Yuji Nishi. Doesn't factor, obviously. 12 and a half minutes to go. There are the competitors. A lot of them in black T-shirts. Is that in remembrance of their campaigns? As most of them have been eliminated to this point. But they're all hanging around to support each other.
Yeah, when in the heat before with Reef and Alistair, it was so great to see all of them there cheering them on. Even though they're both friends, you know, you could hear the crowd really involved in this contest. So I'm really enjoying this whole Australian storm going on.
I'm starting to worry about what goes on if someone wins. You surely can't chair them up the beach here because the cobblestones are just... That's a recipe for disaster. If it was in Australia, the Oc Health and Safety Department would have nothing to do with that.
Yeah, those cobblestones are deadly. I've definitely taken a few falls. I'm sure you have as well.
Yeah, I've got a bunch of unidentified sea life in my foot that I'm really trying to work out what it is at the moment, but hopefully it's not poisonous. We are going to have a quick recap of the action to this point. 10 waves for Yuji Nishi, just the 4 for Oni Anwar, but the better of the bunch. This was his 6-7 to get things going, and he set the tone for what's been a very entertaining heat so far. This was Yuji Nishi. I think it was his 6.5, the best wave of his heat. Gave it a huge fist pump when he came out of that one. This was his 6.47 that came straight after it, the layback. And then Oni Anwar, all 3 fins pointed straight at the beach. He snapped his surfboard, but he'll take it for the 7.67 that resulted, which sees him in the lead. 10.5 minutes to go. Yuji Nishi is looking for about the same, a 7.84, the requirement for the powerful surfer from Japan. Just over 10 minutes to run.
Yeah, that 7 from Oni, I've seen him do that air time and time again at my home break in Canggu, and his landing rate is just impressive.
Yeah, Oni's made 1,000 heats on the qualifying series on the strength of that top turn finner that he has. And the cool thing about it is he's also got the air reverse on lock, and there's no defined point as to where that turn starts and where the air reverse begins. It's just this forehand rotation, whether it's a nose pick or whether it's a full-on aerial, that he has won so many heats on the strength of his forehand top turn, and he can just tweak it and nuance it according to the section he's presented with. If it's big and bowly, he'll take to the sky. If it's a little bit flatter with a crumbly lip, he'll go the tail slide. And yeah, he just has... Mick Fanning has his big top turn that has won him world titles. Oni Anwar has that tweaked top turn finner borderline air reverse that has won him 1,000 heats on the qualifying series. And you can pick it a mile off when you're at the beach. The arms go up, the hair flies everywhere, the wig's going all over the place. There you go, oh yeah, that's Oni Anwar, and sure enough, then you see this big smile and you know it's the kid from Sumbawa. 9 minutes. Let's get a couple more sets to sort this one out before we hand the lineup over to Daiki Tanaka and Jarvis Earl.
Wow, these heats are stacked. You know, some of them could be finals easily, and we're in the quarters. There we have our next heat, Daiki Tanaka, in red.
Yeah, I think he's actually right next to us. Yeah, that's our tent.
Yep.
We're in the background. And Daiki's just studying conditions because they've definitely changed a little bit since this morning. It was picture perfect, not a drop out of place. Now that wind started to come up a little bit from the north, straight up the face of the rights. Hence we're seeing these airs thrown on the right. Here goes Yuji Nishi flying down the line. Wow, that was a better version of the last wave. That's what we wanted to see. So he got a 6.47 for the wave before that featured exactly the same, a top turn into a layback. I said at the time I thought he could have pushed the layback a lot more. He has done exactly that. So talk us through this, Gia.
A little check turn to get ready for this amazing layback. The fins went all the way around. He stood up tall, looked at the judges. Is that what you guys want? I'm pretty sure that's what he was thinking.
That's the best turn we've seen in this heat. Maybe not the best air. That's with Oni Anwar for the 7.67. But that turn, he kept it on the face. He dropped the shoulder. He really got that extension and absolutely smashed it. I think that's going to be a pretty big number and really tighten this one up with 7 minutes to run.
Yeah, it looks a little bit like it's an air versus turn heat.
Well, a 6.43 the result for Yuji Nishi. There you go. Not quite as much as his wave in front. Personally, I thought the turn was better. You could argue that maybe the wave was not as big. Maybe that's what factored against Yuji that time. That's Jarvis Earl on screen in the blue jersey. He has, a bit like Reef Hazelwood, just has looked unflustered to this point. Seems to be smiling his way through the rounds. Just a silent assassin, letting his surfing do the talking. He's also on those same Almeric equipment that we saw Reef on, and those boards are just looking glued to their feet.
Yeah, Jarvis Earl is another surfer that I expect will be taken to the sky with this type of wind, just like Oni has. And yeah, Yuji is sticking to those rail turns, which, you know, do not disappoint at all.
Okay, we are inside the last 6 minutes. Yuji Nishi knows that he needs to find a long right-hander that stands up and lets him unleash 3 or 4 turns, because the 2-turn combos at the moment are not doing it for him. And he's signaled his intent that he wants to go about it on his forehand. Oni sitting slightly inside him. Is that a tactic to try and keep Yuji off the rights? We see Yuji sneaking to the north to try and get away from Oni now. He knows if he can get on the other side of the peak, there's nothing Oni can do with priority to keep him off a wave. Had a look at this wave, the left, not to be.
Yeah, as we reach the 5-minute mark, we see Oni starting to inch closer to Yuji, you know, trying to make sure he doesn't get onto another one. Yuji does take a look at this one, and he takes off. We see him not convinced with what that wave had up to offer.
Well, there's a reason that Oni let him have it clearly with priority. Oni had one look at it and said, "No, there's nothing here. It's all yours if you'd like it." And Yuji Nishi vindicated on his decision there, got to his feet and kicked out straight away. So just a little bit of jostling, little bit of cat and mouse. Yuji heading north again to try and get away from Oni Anwar. Oni not looking too phased. He's sitting on a 7.67 and a 6.67. One of the best 2 wave totals of the morning so far. 4 minutes to go.
Yeah, as we start going down with time, Oni's gonna try be as picky as possible with any wave he goes, because having priority and being in the lead is a really great situation for Oni. There's the Australian Storm.
I'm not enjoying this term.
The Australian Storm?
No.
Why?
Because it's, you know, there's already a Brazilian Storm for starters.
Well, because that's the OG.
Yeah, but like the Aussies have been a presence for years. It's not like a new thing, whereas the Brazilian Storm was like this new front of Brazilians that came on.
All right, so we have to make a new term for it.
It's just the Aussies, mate. They're just getting around their boys. It's about having each other's backs. 3 minutes to go. And right now, the Aussies are watching an Indonesian and a Japanese surfer in combat. 2:45. There's a great spirit around this event. There's been 3 main nations represented: Australia, Japan, and Indonesia. The Taiwanese have been a great presence there, hanging around, getting to know everyone. Lots of friendly banter and encouragement in the water. We saw Jarvis Earl on screen a second ago. He came here a week before the event started and filmed for Red Bull with some local Taiwanese surfers, hunting out a few spots up and down the coast. There's a town called Kenting, which is a couple hours south of here. That's where the McDonald's come from, Leanne and Rory. That seems to be kind of the surfing hub, in that it's more of a city than out here in Jinzun Harbour. Here we're about 40 minutes drive away from Taitung. We're in Taitung County. Taitung itself doesn't have a huge sort of surfing culture. That's all based here in the little village of Jinzun, whereas Kenting is a big city that also has that surfing culture and surfing population. I was talking to Devlin, who's a French Taiwanese surfer who we saw competing the other day. I think he's a fantastic potential, got a lot of potential, and yeah, he was saying that it's a bit more of a city down there with the city vibe, but also the big surfing culture as well. .120, not the time for a lull if you're Yuji Nishi. This last minute is going to fly by for the Japanese, while it's going to be painfully slow for Oni Anwar, who would happily time travel a minute forward right now.
Yeah, we see Oni sticking really close to Yuji, being extra careful so that Yuji does not catch or get any other opportunity, because with the surfing we've seen, Yuji's definitely capable of getting that score he needs.
50 seconds to go. Oni Anwar has priority, and he would be feeling pretty good right now. This is where you want to be, in the lead with priority. Your opponent needing the best wave of the heat so far, but you have first right of way on any wave that comes in. Yuji Nishi's not going to die wondering. He's going to force the issue. There are some waves coming, 20 seconds remaining. Yuji's going to have to paddle for one of them, force Oni to take it, and as they miss, as that wave slides under them, 10 seconds to go. It doesn't look like Yuji is going to get another opportunity, and we have an Indonesian through to the semi-finals. Take a bow, Oni Anwar. Yuji sneaks off to the inside. Even if he catches this wave, it's going to be too little too late. So Oni Anwar joining Reef Hazelwood in the quarters. Daiki Tanaka and Jarvis Earl are in the water right now. This is our 4th quarterfinal. It's going to be the last heat of the day. Don't go anywhere. More action from the Taiwan Open of Surfing. We're closing out the day right after this quick break.
Well, on screen there, getting a lot of fist pumps. One of the Asian region's most electric characters, Oni Anwar, broke a board, but he's through to the semi-finals, and that is a big result from the boy from Lakey Peak. Super, super stoked. We were sharing dumplings and dinner with him last night, and he's such a cool guy. As we see live action, this is Jarvis Earl, hucks the tail out, throws it into reverse. How easy did that look?
Yeah, he makes it look so easy. I wish I could do something like that. Maybe I'll whip one out at the expression session after this.
Well, I hope Jarvis isn't in the expression session, because he doesn't even have to try to, do something really impressive like that. So there's a lot of froth and excitement amongst the officials. Everyone's waxing up boards, putting new fins in. So I think some people are taking this a little bit too seriously.
Well, I'm excited because it's my first expression session.
Well, as we see the replay here, this is the opening score for Jarvis Earl. Nice first turn. Second carving maneuver in the pocket. Third one, so, well, obviously he's keeping busy. So this is the wave we saw on live action before. So he started with an absolute firecracker up his behind, and he's locked in my opinion, two really good scores to get this one started. This is live action, Japanese surfer Taiki Tanaka up and riding.
Wow, that was a great finishing from our surfer in red. Not sure if he did anything before we saw him, but Jarvis, first wave, already starting off with a 6.33.
Wow.
There we have the winner of our last heat, Oni Anwar, with his brand new epoxy and a coffee in hand. Oh, I'm not sure if he needs that coffee right now.
I thought he would have had the coffee before the heat, not after it, but just saying cheers to the guys, and wow, he is pumped. I'm sure we'll hear from him very shortly with Chris Binns. But 5 minutes has gone by, and right now some impressive numbers in, a 6.33 and a 3.33 for Jarvis Earl to establish a pretty good position. This is the replay of the first of reds.
This is red on his backhand, a nice vertical hit in the pocket and straight into that second one as he goes down the line. This wave did flatten out a little bit, but a really strong finishing. So a great wave from red.
Yeah, it's locked in at a 4.67, so a really electric start to this, the final quarterfinal here in this QS 3000 event, the Taiwan Open of surfing. We've seen some really good performances throughout the morning on the women's side of the draw and also the men's side of the draw. So right now, Japanese surfer chasing a flat 5.0 to move into first position. But the bird's eye point of view, as we see Jarvis scratching into this one, the Cronulla surfer up and riding, spots a section, tags it nicely. Inside's a little bit foamy, but that is not going to stop him. That was a great turn. Leaned back into it and got the board above the coping rail, slid along the lip a bit, and this guy is looking on fire.
Wow, that last turn has got to be one of my favorite turns of this event, I think. So much speed, and he surfed that so well, in control. And here's a replay of that first turn, keeping that variety alive, and this one. Leaned back into it, and like nothing ever happened.
Yeah, it was really, really easy from Jarvis Earl. He's it's just good to watch. I think his surfing is really easy on the eye and easy for the judges to throw that really good number, a 7.50. So I like the speed, the power and the flow, ticking a lot of boxes on the criteria there. So Jarvis Earl out to a really comfortable early lead, and right now Taiki Tanaka in the red with first priority, needs an excellent score, a 9.16 his current requirement. He's only got one score on the board, so if he locks in a second wave, that requirement will reduce. But wow, Jarvis Earl, he has not put a foot wrong all event.
Yeah, that was some spectacular surfing from Jarvis. And he hasn't taken to the air just yet, so it would be interesting if he does towards the end of this heat.
Well, a guy that did take to the air was Oni Anwar. He's with Chris Binns. Over to you, Binnsy.
With the king of West Nusa Tenggara, the prince of Lakey Peak, you name it, Oni Anwar, you're through to the semi-finals. Congratulations.
Thank you, Binnsy. Thank you so much. I had really, excited. The waves is fun today. The beautiful day, blue sky. I woke up this morning. Jagger picked me up. Man, I'm so lucky to have him on my side, and he's been helping me coming down here. Yeah, man, it's tough because these Japanese guys are looking sharp the whole event, and yeah, I'm really happy to make it through.
We've had a few heats today where, despite the good conditions, surfers have struggled to get waves, and there haven't been the biggest two-wave totals. You got a great wave straight off the bat. Was that your plan, to go out and get busy from the start?
Yeah, I think everybody get really complicated with waiting for a good wave, and then there's a lot of wave coming inside. That I see Jeffers Errol in the water right now is ripping it apart. This just fall off. But you can see like the wave is hugging toward the rocks a little bit. That's probably the sketchy part. That's how I broke my board, because I went to that section where it's kind of steep, and there's a lot of wave, man. It's fun, but just stay busy and get excited, Well,
you got the score on that wave. Just the one turn. It was a big air. You broke your board. We've got it down here. Run us through the damage, because that's the crease.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite board. I just got it right before I come here, thanks to James Chill and all the guys in Bali, Berto, Shallow, and the guys just have made my board really fast. But unfortunately, my magic board just broke. But I don't know. You guys can see this. I have a little buckle right here.
That's exactly where your front foot landed, so straight through it.
You can't really see it, but when you're out there, you stand up on the wave. I think it slows you down a bit. So I was like, oh no! I was like, come on! Maybe it looked like I'm climbing the wave, but I was like, hey.
It was the claim into the. Hang on, no, I'm done. So what's the plan with this board? Are you going to take it back to Bali and fix it, or maybe donate it to a local grom here?
I gotta talk to my boss first, because he has the power, and I will have to donate to the local here, because that will be good for them to, inspiring the younger kid to surf more and have my board here. But I don't know. I have to talk to my boss first, and whoever I get the lucky one, this is a magic board.
Speaking of groms, Jarvis Earl's a young Aussie who's starting to make a name for himself. He's in the next heat trying to win himself a match-up with you. What have you thought about his performances this week?
Mate, this guy is such a big, bright future for him. Good-looking kid, blonde hair. I think he's going to be... And he's a skill, It's not about the look, but his surf really, really good the last...
He and Reef Hazelwood seem to share a bit of similarities in their style.
Yeah, I think Reef is older, yeah. But Jarvis is young, man. He can do, crazy airs, too. So I was just with Reef Hazelwood in Lakey Peak for the stab high. Man, this Reef is gnarly, too. So I'm excited to see what these boys are putting on in the finals. Hey, Sammy, sorry.
And Stab High, the final goes live today. Bit different having all those maniacs staying at your hometown to coming and travelling to Taiwan, but you love it here and you love being around all the boys the same.
Yeah, I'm so happy to have the boys over there, and they're all going big, and that's what surfing is all about, going big, and nobody remembers you going small or average. And I was talking to Nathan Fletcher in that commentary, and he just said, man, you gotta go big, otherwise nobody remembers you. So yeah, that's a really good advice, and being there with the whole crew around the world. So, and coming here, good to travel, and travel is all about meeting new people too. So yeah, man, really stoked. Thanks, Binnsy.
No worries, congratulations, and see you tomorrow for the morning of the finals.
Semi-final, ayo teman-teman, Indonesia maju, let's go.
Up to you guys.
Well, a great interview there with Chris Binns and Oni Anwar. Such a legend. I love the vibe he puts out. He's just got great energy, and just such a great ambassador for Indonesian surfing. Obviously, we'll see Rio on the championship tour, but Oni's been competing for as long as I can remember, and he's always smiling, he's always super positive. We were lucky enough to share dinner with him last night and sort of ride the bikes around the beautiful Taitung city. You know, how cool is Oni?
Yeah, I love hanging around Oni. I remember him since I was a little girl competing in the local contest back at home. He was always smiling, always happy. He's a really great person to be around. Even last night at dinner, as you said, a lot of great stories because he's been around for ages. So he's definitely one of my favorites to watch and to travel with.
Yep, and he'll be stoked with the result through to the semi-finals. He'll be taking on the winner of the heat in the water, which right now is looking to be Jarvis Earl, a 7.5 and a 6.33. A really good two-wave combined total at this stage as we approach the halfway stage of quarterfinal number 4. I am thrilled to be alongside Giada Lagardi, one of Italy's finest, resides in Bali, but gee, it's been such a fun trip. Here we are, hanging out on the broadcast set. It's been a pleasure to sit alongside you. Your insight has been really, really valuable. You competed in the event, which has provided great opportunity to give you some insight into, you know, your heat tactics and what goes on out in the water. You're going to compete in your first expression session as well.
Yes, I'm so excited. I've never competed in an expression session, so it looks great out there, and I'm excited to get it started. So any insights on what I should and shouldn't do?
No, not really. Just have fun. I think expression sessions, that's what it's all about, is just enjoying yourself and going a bit loose. Can you do aerial maneuvers? Have you stuck in air before?
Oh, no comment.
Well, yeah, there's a little bit of expression going on in this wave. This is Jarvis Earl, 2 really high-speed turns, and goes for that beautiful sort of lay-back fin ditch slice that he scored a 7.50 on his third last wave. There's the competitors area. Everyone's getting out of the sun. It's a glorious day here at Jinzun Harbour. I was just out there for a little bit, and once that cloud cover burns off, it's actually really warm, isn't it?
It's so warm. I'm actually glad there's this wind, because otherwise it would be absolutely boiling. I remember the first day we got here, it was so glassy all day with this sun out, and I definitely saw a few burnt backs.
Well, here we go. Japanese surfer, a little bit of work to do. His backup score just a 1.77. That wave is not going to give him what he wants, so he's going to paddle back out and try and find something that will allow him to get into the good, very good or excellent range in the next 14 and a half minutes. That big boat has been sitting out the back. I think it's trying to keep all the fishing boats out of the area. It's a beautiful setup we've got. It's an active harbour behind us, a lot of cool little fishing boats, but that is, I don't know if it's Coast Guard or the Port Authority or what it is, but it's a big boat, and we haven't seen any other boats come into the lineup over the last few days.
Yeah, they've been parked out the back for a while, so I'm not sure if they're all here watching the action, or maybe there's no fish around, or but you know, they're a very unique design as well. I've never seen any boats like that. The whole bottom part is literally just big tubes, big empty tubes.
Yeah, unique setup. They look like floating pontoons. Like you said, very unique, but obviously they get the job done. And on screen there is a couple of the Indonesia's finest, Made, Ketut, it looks like Rayuki, and one of the absolute legends of Indonesian surfing, Tipi Jabrik, one of our co-commentators. How good is Tipi and what he's done for surfing in Asia?
Yeah, Tipi is definitely someone I look up to a lot. He's taking Indonesia to the next level in surfing. You know, he's a big promoter for it, and I love everything he does. He's so humble and always very friendly, and I see him taking Indonesia even farther up.
Yep, so good what he's been able to do. Obviously, Indonesia competed at the Olympics. They've got their first full-time championship tour surfer locked and loaded for 2023. And I think that is just the spark that the surfing throughout the Indonesian archipelago needs to motivate the amazing young boys and girls who are coming through the ranks just to take their surfing that next step. And talking about taking the next step, looks like we've got a split peak here. This guy is going to look to get loose and free, and that just looks so easy for Jarvis Earl. That just looked like almost effortless from him.
Yeah, watch out, Jarvis. I'm coming out soon, so.
I might have to take a few notes. Aerial surfing is certainly not my forte, but yeah, the expression session is coming up after this, and we'll see the replay of the last of Reds. He really needs to be on a good wave, and unfortunately, it feels like the pressure is starting to get to Daiki Tanaka.
Yeah, it's funny to see how different surfers react to being in that pressure situation. For some people, it really fuels a fire, and for others, like, it just starts to crumble. Your confidence just crumbles a little bit. But I'm sure Daiki can still get back into this heat. We've seen so many heats where that they do come back, so just needs to build that confidence again.
Yes, it's great advice, and we're going to see Japanese surfers, Australian surfers and Indonesian surfers feature on finals day. That guy in the red just paddling back to the primary point of takeoff is hoping he'll be able to muster something in the next 11 minutes to ensure he's going to feature in finals day. But Jarvis, he's just keeping busy, surfing into the little bit of prevailing wind, not stopping him from anything on the backhand. A series of really nice turns, and wow, that was a really solid wave from Jarvis. He's always smiling. He's been hanging here in Taiwan for a little bit, creating some content thanks to one of our event partners, Red Bull. They had the big Red Bull four-wheel drive set up and driving around, and he was really stoked with the opportunity to get to this beautiful country early and check out some of the scenery and some of the waves off the beaten path.
Here, Jarvis trying to improve on a 6.33. Such smooth and powerful surfing. I love how precise he is, and it's so hard to see Jarvis make mistakes in heats. Even being so young, like, his surfing is so mature.
Yeah, very capable young competitor out of Cronulla in New South Wales. Right now, awaiting a score to lock in for his last. If he can improve on a 6.33, the requirement for Daiki Tanaka could go into combination land, which means he needs 2 fresh scores in the next 9.5 minutes to progress through to the semi-finals. This is a QS 3000, a really important event for the back end of 2022 for surfers looking to build their ranking and one day land on the Challenger Series, which will, I'm really looking forward to the final event at Haleiwa. Do you tune in and watch the Challenger events or the CT events?
Yeah, I do. I really enjoy watching those heats. You know, the level of surfing is so high, not only in the men but women as well. Like, we have such young talent like Caitlin Simmers and the own Australian Red Bull surfer
Molly Picklum.
Molly Picklum.
Yep, Molly is back on the championship tour. She, I think, deservingly has earned her spot back there, but deserving of applause is our surfer in the red, in the blue. Jarvis Earl's just locked in a 7.53 to back up his 7.5. This guy is now in a combination situation, so he needs 2 brand new scores totaling 15.03 if he is going to make it out of this heat, and you never want to be combo, do you?
No, you definitely don't, because you don't only need 1 really good score, but you need 2. So with time running low, I'm sure Daiki is definitely starting to feel the pressure now as we reach the 8-minute mark.
Well, he's an experienced competitor. We're going to see the replay here. His low score is a 4.47, so he needs to get rid of pretty much both his numbers if he's going to make it out of this one. And he's sticking to the backhand. I was lucky enough to see Daiki compete in some events in Western Australia back in 2018, and he absolutely ripped in our big and powerful waves off Western Australia. very different conditions here at Jinzun Harbour, but he will be relying on his solid foundation to try and chip away at that requirement. And on screen there, it looks like Jager Bartholomew starting to limber up, and he'll be a presence out in the water in the expression session with just a touch over 7 minutes. Semi-finals awaiting these two surfers if they can progress through. But Jarvis, he has just had really good momentum. That was a beautiful slice. Throws it up vertical, and wow, his backhand is looking as sharp as his forehand. And my goodness, I just can't believe how these surfers with not much speed, really small sections, can just get their boards up and around with total, you know, just control and effortless precision. That was really cool to watch.
Yeah, he does it with so much ease. It just pops out of nowhere as if like nothing's ever happened. That first turn was amazing. Straight vertical lip into second one, and again that third, you know, this wave. Oh, he just does it so incredibly well. He's just having fun out there right now.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's got a competition vest on his back at all. He's just feeling the rhythm. He's been here in Taitung for quite some time. He had to hang around for about a week before he surfed his opening heat. And I think he's just used all of that, I guess, you know, built up energy, and he's just unleashed it on the waves. He's done an amazing job. And he is just improving and improving. A 7.93 for the last of blues. Again, making the job even harder now for Daiki in the red with just under 6 minutes remaining. For me, Jarvis Earl is looking like a guy you do not want to come up against in a heat, because he is just looking razor sharp right now.
Yeah, I'm sure Oni's watching this heat, maybe kind of worried. Here is the replay. So much water thrown out and straight into the second one. He wasted no time on this wave. You pretty much can't do much more than what he did.
Yeah, I don't think he could really do much more on that wave, and I think he did more than the average surfer could ever dream of. So with 5 minutes on the clock and an impressive two-wave total of 15.46 for the surfer in blue, Jarvis Earl from Cronulla. He's doing an amazing job in this heat, and with just on 5 minutes remaining, Daiki's got to be hoping that a couple of absolute bombs come his way, and that he's able to do something similar to what Jarvis has been able to achieve. We're looking like finals day will be tomorrow, and it has been such a pleasure to hang with you, hang with all the competitors. There just seems to be a really good spirit and vibe around this event site, and you know, even after hours, we're all hanging out and, you know, getting to know a little bit more about this beautiful country and this beautiful city that we're in.
Yeah, and here is Jarvis again, releasing the fins, and again goes for that reverse.
Wow.
He is unstoppable right now.
Yep, I want to know what he's having in his dumplings at night, because it is definitely helping his surfing. He is just, I don't know, I think his surfing is really well suited to the waves here. It's a perfect peak, rights and lefts on offer, and for me, he doesn't have any flaws in his surfing, whether he's going forehand or backhand. He seems to be able to really extract the most out of the waves, as we see Tanaka now needs to go hard here. Good first hit, races down the line, throws it up right in front of Jarvis as he's paddling back out. And I think, unfortunately, Daiki has just been, he's just been schooled here in this one.
Yeah, it looks like Daiki is slowly starting to, you know, sink in that he will need a really big score, so he's going big. But, you know, Jarvis is just looking unstoppable right now.
Yeah, we're, looks like we're still waiting on a score for blue to lock in. I wonder if he can go better. I wonder if he can get up into the excellent range. And it's been an excellent performance for mine for Jarvis Earl, but last score isn't going to go there, a 5.90. He has caught 11 waves in this heat compared to Tanaka's 6. So he's just looking in rhythm with the ocean. Looks like he's just having a free surf out there at the moment.
Yeah, it does, and most of his scores came under priority, so he's been catching those insiders, he's been keeping really busy, and just as I was saying that, here he goes again. On his front hand, a smaller wave, a beautiful first turn, and he throws so much water every time he does, you know, one of those top turns. He's an amazing surfer to watch.
Yes, his equipment looks finely tuned. His performance has been amazing throughout the earlier rounds, and he is definitely, you know, sending a couple of warning signs to tomorrow's semi-finalists. I don't know, even with this little bit of ruffled texture on the ocean surface, his performance has been absolutely amazing. And right now, final heat of the day playing out. The beautiful and stunning backdrop here at Jinzun Harbour is like anywhere tropical in the world. Hawaii, Tahiti, there's been a lot of calls being made, but I think the best view is when you're out in the water looking back, and the mountain ranges and everything is so, so cool. So here is the final bracket of the Taiwan Open of Surfing. It'll be Hiroto Arai taking on Reef Hazelwood in semi-final number 1. Oni Anwar from Indonesia in semi-final number 2. And right now it looks like Jarvis Earl will be joining him. The final 4 surfers on the men's side of the draw will be surfing through to a man-on-man final, which will go down sometime tomorrow.
Yeah, we just under a minute. We see maybe Jarvis get a victory lap out here, because you know, Daiki will not have enough time to catch that 2-wave set. And a beautiful turn again from Jarvis. He is just taking this to the next level.
Wow, this guy is looking well and truly in contention for a win here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. I'm sure we'll get that replay of that opening maneuver. That was like a hot knife through butter, just slice the board all the way around and break it down for us, G.
Here is the replay. That first turn, he whips it all the way around and then straight into that cuddy. So much water being thrown around by Jarvis Earl. And doesn't land this one, which has surprised me, but he takes the win. And that was some great surfing from both Jarvis Earl and Daiki Tanaka.
Yeah, a great performance. Well done to Jarvis Earl. He will join our final 4 surfers in contention for the win here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. We're going to throw to the highlights, and we look forward to you all joining us for finals action tomorrow here in Taiwan. It's been a great day, and we can't wait to call it all tomorrow.